Good morning, County Council. We'll call the meeting to order. Rise as you're able, and we'll sing "O Canada."
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Before we begin, I want to acknowledge we are meeting today on the traditional territories of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Saugeen Métis, Six Nations of the Grand River, and the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. May we all be mindful and respectful of each other as we travel together on our journey of reconciliation. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll call, please?
Councillor Mackey.
Present.
Councillor McKay. Councillor Carlton. Councillor Pringle. Councillor McQueen. Councillor Nielsen.
Present.
Councillor Patterson. Councillor Dickert. Councillor Kentner. Councillor Keaveney. Councillor Body. Councillor Gregg. Warden Milne.
Present.
Councillor Dobreen. Councillor Matrosovs. Councillor Bourdignon.
Present.
Councillor Echols. Councillor Hutchinson.
Present.
We have all members participating today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any declaration of interest related to any matter on today's agenda? Not seeing any. If one should arise during the course of the meeting, we can deal with it at that time. Items for direction and discussion. The first this morning is the report from the CAO regarding 2024 proposed spending reductions. Would someone care to move that, please? Councillor Gregg, seconded by Councillor Pringle. Just while Kim's coming to the microphone, I want to welcome Councillor Matrosovs back home to this part of the world. It's always nice to have everybody hit at home. Kim.
Thank you and good morning, Council. The report before you this morning proposes a number of spending reductions, some of which have been discussed previously, some of which staff have been able to determine since we last spoke. As well, I am proposing the formation of a budget and finance committee to be struck in 2024. So with regard to the spending reductions, this report provides an updated list of spending reductions for Council's consideration. These reductions were developed based on the Council direction provided at the preliminary budget overview meetings held October 21st and then again on November 3rd and 9th. If these changes are adopted, the 2024 levy would be reduced to $5,297,395, which represents a 7.62% increase over 2023. So the items that are listed in the report, I can give you a little bit of background on some of those just for clarity. The first one on the list is to reduce the legal services, professional services line. Changes in this department resulted in shifting funds from salary and wages down to professional services. And for 2024, as we pilot a new operating model for that department, staff feel we can reduce the professional services line by $100,000, still leaving sufficient funds in that budget for obtaining external support as we need it. Another item that we've talked about is the healthcare initiatives line. The draft budget at this time includes 509,000 as per the policy of 0.75%. Staff are recommending dropping this contribution by $300,000 for 2024 with a $209,000 commitment. In addition to the 200,000 that's in reserves, the county will be able to meet its obligations to Bright Shores, the hospice request for $10,000 a year for 3 years, as well as providing some funding for community partners, as council may direct over the course of the year. The next item is $315,000 related to the health unit budget. As council is aware, Grey and Bruce counties are responsible for supporting 25% of the health unit budget, with the remaining 75% coming from the province. Excuse me. It was brought to our attention very recently that the province is providing mitigation funding to the health unit. I'm also aware that the health unit has not yet had an opportunity to discuss their budget at length. This reduction recognizes mitigation funding that the health unit is receiving from the province. Bruce County has budgeted the same way as what we are proposing here. I'll leave that to you to consider. Moving on, the staff wellness budget, as was discussed earlier, that budget could be maintained at the 2023 level, which would be a reduction of $14,000. Next is a finance transfer to reserve for future software. As we've discussed earlier, our Great Plains financial software is reaching the end of its life. We don't at this time have a reserve to cover a future purchase of financial software. However, rather than fund this reserve requirement from levy, we propose to use some of the 2023 surplus to cover that off. Next is a climate change transfer to reserve. The climate change team has been successful with some grant applications recently, which is wonderful. And we intend to continue working hard to seek external funding in the future. Staff feel we can remove this transfer to reserve or make this reduction to transfer to reserve with no impact to the project work that we intend to complete in 2024. The Buckthorn project in the county forests. Certainly staff recommend that project continue on. However, we can fund that from reserve rather than from the levy this year. The 14th Street project, also a previous discussion. There is a balance owing, and we had an opportunity to either debenture that amount or to pay it off outright. Staff recommend paying off the balance owing from one-time funding and avoiding the annual debenture payment hitting the levy. The next one, paramedic services changed to iPads from laptops, is just a good cost saving. It won't impact our services. Transportation services had offered a change to their budget rather than purchasing a used bucket truck and a levy implication of $52,900. We will continue to use a tree service in 2024. With regard to the skid steer item, which is next on the list, our current skid steer is, I think, one of our most heavily used pieces of equipment. Staff was looking at starting to build up a reserve to have a second one. We can defer that decision to a future date and reduce the contribution to reserve towards that for this year in the amount of $23,200. Again, another item that's been discussed is the transfer to reserve for electric vehicles. We are installing chargers this year, and we are holding off on our electric vehicle purchases, both due to price and availability concerns. So I think in concert with that, we can hold off on the transfer to reserve for this time. The next item is about paramedic services, and a few months ago, we heard about the deployment review and the recommended investments and changes to paramedic services in order to keep up with the increasing call volume. Director McNabb's been able to use the evaluations analysis software from ORH to determine the impact of some changes that would allow us to still meet our commitments, but reduce the overall cost to the county. So this $116,900 it represents the contribution that the county would have made to those changes every year for 11 years. Kevin can speak in more detail to this, but I believe this the basis of it is the reduction of the base in Holstein, as well as some changes to the proposed staffing model in the future. Transportation services. The budget included a $26,000 increase in training and travel for transportation. And the proposal here is to just reduce that increase by 50%. Pat and his staff are advocating with OGRA to continue to offer courses, at least some courses, via remote basis. It works well for us, and so we hope that we can do that, and that this reduction will not have too significant of a negative impact on our ability to make sure staff have the training that they need. There's an innovation equipment budget that's proposed to be reduced, as the same with non-licensed equipment. And after that, it's clerks, the document management software. We just implemented SharePoint, or are just implementing SharePoint this year. We can probably hold off on a reserve contribution for replacing it for at least 2024. The next item is scheduling software. We have accepted a vendor to implement a new human resource information system. And through that procurement process, have identified that we will be able to meet our scheduling needs in the near term without this $40,000 in additional costs. So that's really good news. We can hold off on that. Similar to the SharePoint discussion, because we're just implementing the new HRIS, we think it's prudent to hold off on the transfer to reserve to replace that software that's just coming in, at least for 2024. With regard to a transfer to reserve for non-union compensation, we were able to complete that review this year for less than what had been budgeted. Right? It's been a long time since we've done one, so we weren't entirely sure how much it was going to cost. We did come in under budget, and we can reduce the transfer by the $5,000 and still have sufficient money to be able to do the next review in a few years. There was an increase proposed to corporate management training at $35,000. We can eliminate that increase this year and hold the budget at the current level. And then finally, we are advised of some additional provincial funding coming our way. It's still embargoed, so we can talk about it in closed. But that $267,800 is new money or additional funding that's coming to us. So those reductions in total amount to $1,630,500 and reduce the levy increase by 2.35%. So are there any questions about this?
Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Good morning, County Council. Thanks very much, Kim, for all this information. When you spoke about the healthcare initiatives and the reduction of 300,000, you don't believe that's going to leave us handcuffed when legitimate requests come forward to council for consideration over the next year? I'm concerned a little bit by the level of that reduction, taking it from 0.75%, which is what, 509,000. So we're only at 209. There is a little bit in the reserve, I guess. Is that the money that, if there is a request coming forward, that you feel council would be able to make determinations on?
Thank you for the question. So our commitment to Bright Shores is $200,000. The hospice was looking for $10,000 a year for 3 years. And that, basically leaves us with $100,000 of flex. The healthcare initiatives funding, the way that the policy was originally developed it was meant to provide for capital requirements. And the policy goes on to say that we need to hear about any new capital requirements by June of the current fiscal year. And that those items received would then be considered in the following year's budget. So under the terms of the policy as it's written at this time, we're not aware of any new capital requirements at this time. And should those come in the first 6 months of the year, we'd have the ability to consider those and put them into the budget. So you do have that $100,000 worth of flexibility, and I guess we're hopeful that we can manage with that in the short term. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Greg?
Thanks, Warden. I just want to thank him and staff for presenting it in this method to us to start off here today. I heard lots of comments about how big this document is, the volume of numbers contained within it. So I think what you've done is well laid out here in front of us in terms of being able to get started and find some traction to move forward here today. It's not that we're looking for a specific number at the end of the day. We're looking for long-term financial sustainability. And it's going to be a long discussion before we land at that proper place. Also, gladly supportive, more than happy to have supported the motion to bring forward terms of reference for a finance committee. I spoke in October when we first had the first discussion that through the year, we kind of lacked that cohesive mechanism in place to be able to bring the volume of ideas or initiatives forward in terms of something that then sheds some light on where it's going to land us at the end of the year. And certainly a budget committee will help guide us in this process, which is a difficult process as we're all finding this year. So I think we've got 2 really good starting points moving forward here this morning at 10 o'clock. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Any other questions so far? Councillor Eccles?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And the one that's troubling to me is the health unit increase. So is it at the 70-30 and that 315 isn't supposed to be in there, or is it 75-25? And are we sure of that without even the health unit's budget coming forward yet?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So the information that was in, that's contained in the budget that's before you was provided by the health unit, probably September, October. Recently, they've came back and advised that there is mitigation funding that they're going to receive from the province. So our contribution would not be increasing to what we had budgeted. And as Kim's mentioned, Bruce County has already passed their budget. So they passed a budget based on what they've been paying in the past with a slight increase. And of course, Board of Health has not seen the budget yet. I believe your meeting is in January. So what we're proposing is we remove the increase that we had been budgeting. And if there is further discussion with the health unit and the board passes an increase that's beyond what we have, we'll recommend that we fund that from safe restart funding.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Does that answer the question, Councillor Eccles?
It answers the question from Grey County side, yes, but I think there'll be more questions at the health unit side, so. Thank you.
Yeah, I would anticipate that for sure. Any other questions? Counselor Nielsen, sorry.
Thank you very much, Warden. I have a question regarding the 116,900 for the enhanced recommendations for the deployment review of paramedic services. If we pass the motion that's on the table, then I guess this reduction will already be taking place. Would it be helpful if we can get some kind of a clarity as to what this would implement and change? There are some significant changes in that review that would have an increase in stations and deployment across the county. So I'm just wondering if Kevin can give some more clarity to this one.
I'm sure you can. Kevin, morning.
Morning, County Council. So I'll give you the what the initial recommendation was, and then we'll go from what there is what we come up as an alternate plan. So we presented in report PSR CWO 623, our projected call volume would increase 5.8% annually over or 68% over the next 10 years, which would result in 672 hours or roughly 8 12-hour shifts to maintain response times. With the 3 of these shifts would have been recommended in 2022, where we're at with call volumes. But because of budgeting and where we were with the review, we moved it to be phased in starting in 2024. To accommodate the additional vehicles and improve upon response times further, staff recommended the construction of 5 additional bases not previously included over the 10-year capital plan. Our goal of these bases is to have a standard template design that meets the needs of the service, but also achieve some efficiencies by doing that same base build wherever we build throughout the county. To put this plan into operation based upon the current information and assumptions, staff estimate that a 489,400 annual levy increase is needed over the next 11 years and will be required with the first increase included in the 2024 budget. The enhancements proposed in 2024 include the addition of 2 12-hour shifts. This is in Owen Sound and Hanover. This will be the start of the enhancement. This will result in 8 additional full-time paramedics plus their backfill hours. The enhancements also include a contribution to reserve to fund the purchase of additional ambulances and equipment that will be required to operate the additional 12-hour shifts. In 2024, these costs would total $2,113,600, which are funded by $489,400 from levy, and the balance from reserve to smooth the costs of the increase over the next 11 years. The majority of these expenses would be covered by 50-50 funding, and we also try to mitigate the in-year costs by not starting the enhancement till July, because the government will pay 50-50 based upon the previous year's actuals. So just when we're looking at cost savings and an alternate deployment plan, we're also being proposed today to achieve savings and at the same time to continue to meet increase in call volumes and maintain response time. For the 2023 year to December 1st, we've completed 13,203 calls for service, which is an increase of 192 calls over 2022, which is roughly a 1.4% increase. To December 1st, 2023, we are meeting our individual CTAS response times, and our 90th percentile for code 4 calls is 1538, with our goal as being 15 minutes or less. Using the ORH modeling tool and adjusting for a higher than predicted call volume in 2022, because when they predicted it, their prediction was a bit lower than what it was. And then their prediction for 2023 is actually quite a bit lower, or quite a bit higher. And we're predicting a 1%, the actual was 1.4. We ran a new model in 2025 and 2033 to see what that would look like with a modified plan. The modified plan consists of the following. We would delay upstaffing Meaford in 2025 and keep the first response unit until 2027. So there would be 2 cars in 2024 added, 1 car in 2025, and instead of the second car, we'd actually just keep the first response unit till 2027. We would remove the Durham car and the Holstein base in 2029. In 2033, the upstaffing at Craigleith would only be on weekends. There's no impact to response time, but we removed a supervisor position in 2029. And because of the less shifts, we removed 3 ambulances from the capital budget. With a 1% increase, we ran through the modeling 2023, and then we carried on with the modeling at the average of what recommended a 5.8 over the next 10 years. And going forward, when we run the modeling, our response time will be 90% in 15 minutes, right on the money. So I don't know how it actually got to 90%, but that's kind of the best. It actually worked out quite well, and that's our goal is to make 90%, 15 minutes. There is some response time impact in Meaford and Blue Mountains in 2025. But one thing we didn't do in the modeling, we didn't move the FRU from Markdale to Meaford. So that's something that we would do, we move the FRU to that area. And then also in 2033, there is an impact in Meaford and also in West Grey, because we didn't do the upstaff in Durham. But that's something that, you know, it is out, you know, quite a ways, like 2029 and beyond. And we will continue to monitor those impacts and bring that information back to council. Overall, the savings with this is 116,000 yearly, with the total enhancement now being reduced to 372,500. So really, just in sum it all up, we were adding 8 12-hour cars over the next 10 years. We're dropping it to 6 cars plus 2 out of 7 days. And again, that does meet with our modeling the way it is and with the reduction we've seen this year. The only risk is some years we see a 1%, and other years we see a 13. You know, over the last 5 years, we've had about a 33% increase in calls. So, but with the modeling tool now, we can still continue to keep an eye on it. I think this plan sets us in the right direction for getting those cars up front, like we've been asking for through the plan, and then it allows us to monitor as we go ahead.
Thank you. Dane, does that answer the question?
Thank you, Warden. That was a really good response, Kevin. I appreciate the effort that's been put into this. Just when I was looking at it, my concern was that as we're seeing the growth come, and we want to make sure that we're prepared and safe in Grey County across the entire region, and the paramedic services do provide, we're trying our best to provide a high level of service. So I appreciate the effort from staff, and thank you very much for the response.
Thank you, Dane. Any other? Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to ask about the removal of the used bucket truck. Kim mentioned that we'd be contracting out that service, and I'm just wondering, do we have a sense of the cost of that service and how many years it would take through, you know, covering the contract to pay for the used truck?
Know that that's the way that we do take care of that requirement at this time. I don't know, Pat, do you know? I don't exactly what we've spent on contracted services specific to tree trimming. Go ahead, Kat.
Pat, do you want to go out on a limb and answer that?
It's definitely out on a limb, yeah. I think part of it that I just wanted to mention is there is still going to be tree service used anyway. There's certain trees that maybe are just, well, they're professional. You know, those tree services are pretty professional, and there's a lot of them in the area. People know how expensive they are as well. But there's some trees that we still wouldn't feel safe taking down ourselves. It's just with, you know, the stuff coming on with all the ash, the condition of it, it would just give us one more chance to, maybe there's a few more we could do ourselves. We've also had a few calls with our health and safety committees that staff members have brought up that, you know, our signs are just kind of like, you know, stop signs, etc. They're just tall enough that you know, you might have to stand in the back of a truck. You're not really supposed to do that. A bucket truck would be safer. Now, it doesn't mean we're outside Ministry of Labor requirements, but it came out of that as well. But it just would make a job easier to cut a tree down, say, for example, right? With a bucket truck. So I'm not sure if our maintenance manager knows the exact number we spent last year or not. But there's still going to be some expenses there. It's not like the bucket truck is going to make all tree service fees go away. Was that 50 this year? That was 15.
Okay, who, Shirley, is that good? Councillor Eccles.
Thank you. And I guess this goes back maybe to Kevin. You mentioned that the upstaffing for 2024, we're only going to be at that in July. So it's only half. Did I hear that right? That would be in the 2024 budget?
Yeah, when we budget up staffs, typically we budget them halfway through the year. What that does is we fund that from the levy. We build the entire price, the cost of that up staff for the year into it. And the next year, the 50-50 funding kicks in for the whole year. So that's the reason why instead of facing the 100% of the cost in the first year, we build it into the budget, but we really started halfway through the year.
Okay. Yep.
So our 100% of the 50% is in there. And then it doesn't change for 2025. Because I've seen that happen in other organizations where, yeah, we're hiring somebody. Yeah, but it's only going to cost us as much because it's halfway through the year, 3/4 of the way before we get the person. But then it's the next year. Oh, by the way, now we're in for 100% of that staff funding. So we've got that 100% of our commitment going forward is in the 24 budget. So it's not going to be double when we hit 25. That's where I'm going with that question.
Yes, that's correct. Our portion for say 2024 is built into the levy. Like that is built in and everything going forward. The ministry, they're always 1 year behind. And this just prevents a significant increase. We used to get an inflationary increase in 2019. We didn't get that anymore. But again, this practice is not just here, it's pretty much across Ontario. You'll see most of our enhancements start halfway through the year.
So I think you're, very optimistic in that one statement that the ministry is only a year behind. Found a note, but maybe that's just the ministry here that you're dealing with. A lot of the ministries are a lot further than a year behind. Is that recorded?
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'm not sure, Kim, if this is for you or for Pat, but in the transportation details, so this is under the reduction in the travel and training. In the transportation details, there was an increase of 17,000 and 9,000 for travel for certified engineering staff who require formal annual training to maintain their certifications. Is that still in there? And this reduction is from other areas? I guess I just want to make sure that our certified professional engineering staff are going to be able to maintain their training.
So thank you, and through you, Mr. Warden, the budget is created on the basis that these reductions aren't included. Okay, the budget is before these reductions, so the 26,000 is in the budget right now. We're proposing to reduce that by $13,000. And so I don't know, Pat, if you feel comfortable, as I say, we're trying to account for a return to some in-person learning. We've also, had some personnel changes in transportation due to the implementation of the strategic plan, et cetera. But I think, Pat, you know better your individual requirements of your staff.
Yeah, we still, when I look back to when I started, there was a lot of course, there was not many courses for people to take, or, we could send one guy a year kind of thing. We've kind of really ramped that up to where, there's a lot of training available for people, and it's really benefited our group, obviously. But then now we have a few younger guys, we have a lot of training. It maybe is one of those things that we're still getting an increase. We're going with as much online training as we can get. But again, maybe there's some courses, there's an asphalt course, for example, that's 2 weeks long. that over the years people have taken, probably excessive for what we need. So there's a few things in there that maybe are just a matter of just pausing our training and maybe instead of 2 courses in 1 year, you take 1. Some of our younger guys, you know what I mean? So it's still, like I said, still an increase. We're gonna train all the guys we can, maybe prioritize them a little better. And we're gonna try to save as much as we can as far as doing online training. So it's a cut that we felt that we could live with.
So our engineering staff that require certifications will still be able to receive the training necessary to keep those certifications. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Maybe, oh, Councillor Eccles, go ahead.
Thank you. The Buckthorn project. So we're deciding that, you know, we can do that kind of from reserve, and that the project that we're doing, the 70,000, will clear that up, and we won't be seeing that in the budget going forward. It's not a problem like Wild Chervil is. It's continuous.
I think that this is if I'm correct, this is the first year or the second year of a project that was meant to really get at some kind of hot spots in that regard. I personally am advocating for goals, but I will leave it to Scott to make a comment about the future.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Warden, I'm not sure we've done the costing on goats just yet. But Grace Auble staff is offering other services, and I think where you're going is this is going to need to be a multi-year project. And so the general intent is when we do a harvest and we do multiple harvests each year, you'd go in afterwards and treat for the buckthorn such that when you have that clearer canopy, it doesn't start to grow up. And Kim is right. This is the first year we've done it, and we have a report from Grace Auble to say it was more successful than they thought. But in order to continue the abatement of buckthorn, it needs to be a multi-year project, and so we don't even have a time frame on that to say, you know, in 2 years or 5 years or 10 years, it's good. It's going to need to be a year over year over year if we are to make a dent in this. We have proposed funding it from reserve just to try to lessen the hit this year, so to speak. But if council's supportive, it's something that staff would be recommending going forward with on an ongoing basis, at least for the immediate future. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, it kind of answers the question, but it just, you know, again, what are we putting off today that's going to be a bigger problem tomorrow? Going through it. But even a bigger thing than that, Grey County has under its control 0.2% of the forested area in Grey County. I don't know, you know, what is it that much? And we're kind of control the buckthorn in our, so are we saying that it's the only problem is in Grey County forests? Or is it in Saugeen Valley and Grace Auble and Nottawasaga control forests and a lot of private land out there as well too? I guess it's honorable that we're trying to do something, but we're doing a little bit. It's like somebody says about raising the water of Lake Huron. That we just into the wind here on this one. I mean, the control that we have, and I think that's where I'm going back to the Wild Chervil. We can control a little bit on ours, but exponentially what we do is not having an effect on the overall control province wide. Again, is it something we're into that we're not getting a return on the investment here?
It's a fair point, and thank you for raising that, Councillor Eccles. I think our strategy is twofold. One is to maintain the health of our own county forests, and particularly if we are looking to continue to offer those as both recreational opportunities and generating some revenue. Granted, they're not money makers, so to speak, generating some revenue going forward. Grace Auble staff, through their professional forestry expertise, felt this was necessary to preserve that. And the other piece here is hopefully learning from what Grey County is doing to be able to share with others, including our conservation authorities and our private woodlot owners. We had a presentation 3 or 4 years ago on this with a company that was pitching sort of a leading edge chemical at the time that sounded interesting. It was still in trials. It was prohibitively expensive. And at that time, as staff, we just thought, well, there's no way we could look to go forward with this. This is just wildly expensive, and we couldn't in good conscience recommend it to council. Now that those costs have come down slightly, we're interested in continuing to pursue this both for our own benefit, but also the benefit it could provide to private landowners and conservation authorities that are struggling with the same issue. And if we could, show a proof of concept on what we've done, it may benefit others too.
So let the minutes show that Councillor Eccles wants to raise the budget $5 million to deal with buckthorn across the county. Councillor DeBreen.
Good morning, Warden, and good morning, County Council. Just to piggyback on that, the recommendation before us right now are the highlighted items that should our review throughout the day discover other savings, because we still need to discuss those other, lunches or training or banquets. If we find savings there, we can put things back in. Or once we pass this resolution to adopt the recommended reductions, then would we need a resolution to reconsider, or can we trade off?
I think the intent here is that these are reductions that staff have identified. As the day progresses, if council finds or wishes more reductions or additions, then absolutely, that's what we're here for. Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
Quite all right. But if we find savings elsewhere and we feel that the program is important enough to continue, whether it's buckthorn or if it's some other program, we can revisit. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Councillor Matrosovs.
Thank you. Through you, the warden, I would just like to follow up on what my colleagues have just been asking about here as well. There was reference in the response that the buckthorn, one of the most advantageous times to go in is after there's been a harvest. Now, we must have some sort of data coming our way in terms of when the next harvest will be in our forests, because the return on investment of eradicating the buckthorn and the way in which it creates that poison under the soil that will actually prevent new natural assets from being grown properly in those forests will have a negative effect on what could be considered a positive natural asset in another category. So there has to be sustainable thinking on it, but in our budget considerations for right now in this 70,000 and hearing the recommendation that's actually coming from staff on this one, how does that align with the efficiency of going in after a harvest? Like I'm not sure now, no longer serving on Grace Auble, I'm not sure when the next harvest cycle is going to be, the next plot, because although we live and breathe with wild chervil in the Blue Mountains and it's so frustrating to put money and effort and time into eradicating something on our side of the fence when there are ongoing issues on another side of the fence. We can't just be passive and just ignore the buckthorn, because it has such a negative effect towards new growth and new natural asset. So what do we know about the actual data of the harvesting would be the question. Thank you.
Who wants to? Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you to Councillor Mattress. Thank you for that question. I've just pulled up the report here that Grace Obel has sent for this year. To answer your question on a general level, we have harvests every year. We mark a year in advance to figure out what portion of the woodlot is safe for harvest in accordance with our forestry practices in that regard. And then we tender and private companies bid on those and then cut sort of a year later, so to speak. So we're always working ahead in that harvest program in accordance with our forest management plan. My understanding, and this is where I'm getting a little beyond my expertise, is they go in after a harvest, they cut the buckthorn shoots, and then they treat the stems with that chemical to prevent them from regrowing up. So I don't believe it's a broad application of a chemical in that regard. It's treating the shoots or the stems, so to speak. With respect to what they've done this year they were able to treat 169 hectares, which is actually more than they anticipated being able to treat with the 2023 budget. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but if not, I'm happy to look into it further with our partners at Grace Obel.
Okay, Andrew? Good. Councillor Greg, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to make sure we're clear here that 6 weeks ago, there was $70,000 proposed for buckthorn treatment in the budget, and it was coming from municipal levy. We're still doing the work. This recommendation is just funding it from reserve and not from the municipal levy. So the work's getting done.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Perhaps, Kim, do you want to speak to the last portion of your report there, please?
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Council. So the second part of this report was with regard to the establishment of a Budget and Finance Committee. So in preparation for the implementation of multi-year operating, which I think will be a real benefit to helping us in our deliberations in the future, staff recommend the creation of a Budget and Finance Committee, and that a terms of reference for that be brought back for consideration. So we intend to bring that forward to you on December the 14th. Certainly, we've heard this morning and many other times that, you know, your desire to have more time with financial matters outside of the budget deliberations specifically. And a Budget and Finance Committee could work with staff throughout the year to review financial reports, make recommendation around the development of budgets and the schedule of how we'll deliberate on those financial policies, and then things like asset management policies and service levels that kind of underpin the funding decisions or the spending decisions that we're making. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that, but as is our regular practice, we'll bring forward that terms of reference in the staff report on December 14th. But then once the committee itself, with your support, is struck, then there'll be another chance to look at the terms of reference at the beginning of that committee's work.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Any questions on that piece of the report? Okay, not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Kim. So the next piece of the budget is, or the meeting rather, is the budget overview and department presentations. And I see transportation have really loaded up the bench out there. So I'm wondering, do we want to take a stretch right now so that everybody's fresh to take a run at transportation, or do we want to keep going? Mary Lou, what are you just giving an introduction to transportation, or how are we approaching this?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I have a few minutes just talking about the budget, where to find things, your handouts, and then we'll do the intro to turn it over to Pat and his team.
Let's do that. We'll sort of preface where we're going to head, and then we'll take a break after that. Okay.
Okay, so the path to today, it's been a long one. So we're trying, we've changed things up a bit. We're starting in reverse order. So today, the first department up is transportation, and we'll get through human services today, we anticipate. And then for next Friday's meeting, we'll talk about the starting point after all the discussions that have been had today. And look at planning, community development, corporate services, talk about reserves and the next steps. So you have a number of handouts that have been provided to you. So the first one is the 2024 budget detailed package. So that is a reduced version of what's on posted in the meeting. So it provides copies of all the spreadsheets, the narratives. So I'd call that the Coles Notes version for the people that actually know what Coles Notes was. The next one is there's also the spreadsheets and a little book on the 10-year capital forecast with the focus really for today based on 2024, and departments will be talking about what's in their 2024 budget for capital, as well as any significant work in the next year or so, or any significant changes. The last document that we prepared is this small spreadsheet. And it's the one that you've been working on for the past 2 meetings. We've added a column in the middle, so you'll see starting on page 2, there's a number of X's. X is a reference to, these are items that were contained in Kim's report that you've just discussed. The numbers might be slightly different. We might have proposed more, or we might have proposed less. And then there is an asterisk for an item that refers to long-term care dealt with at their committee of management, and that has been removed from the budget that you're seeing today. So this is just to give you an idea of what was in Kim's report versus what was on the list that we've been chipping away at. And of course, there are things that were recommended in Kim's report that were not on this list. So to a finance person, those 2 things will not balance. When we go to move through the budget, I will say it's very helpful if you've opened the budget from the county website and have opened it as an HTML. That gives the same page numbers as in whether it's your abbreviated package. So it's helpful when we're talking about specific questions. If somebody has went into one of the actual financial pages in the detailed budget document and wanted to talk about transportation and their equipment, it's easier if we're all working on the same pages. So if you've made questions in preparation for today's meeting and that's not how you did it, what I'm going to ask is if you happen to jot down and you know like the page you were referring to. So if it's, you know, transportation, machinery and equipment, at least we know the right page that we can reference in the overall budget document. That's very helpful for us. So then moving to, I don't know, am I controlling the slides or? Okay, you can move to the next one. Thank you. So the path to today. So you can see on October 24th, when we first talked, we were at 9.9 million, which was a 12.12 increase. There were a number of reductions made in the meetings we had with Committee of the Whole on November 3rd and 9th, and then Long-Term Care Committee of Management on November 14th. That resulted in reductions of just over 1.7 million. We've got the estimated growth. The final return roll is mid next week. We don't expect anything significant in a change. There's a difference in the ratios with Owen Sound because they set their own tax policy. So today, based on the budget that was published, we were sitting at a $6.6 million increase, which was a 9.58%. I'll get you to flip the slide, Sarah. So the next slide shows the breakdown of what we call the functions, and still a reference to what we used to call the old standing committees. And then we'll go to the next slide. So when it was at the 9.58% increase, an average taxpayer with a single home not on water, with an assessed value of $289,000 would have seen $105.07 increase. Then we go to the next one. And so this includes the 1.6 million that Kim went through in her report just a few minutes ago. That is not in the budget that's before you. And then we flip to the next slide. That reduces the increase to 7.23%. And that same house that was assessed at $289,000 would have a $79.30 increase. And we flip to the next, and I'm going to let Sue go through those slides.
You and through you, Mr. Ward, good morning. This gives you a snapshot of our total gross expenditures across our sort of functional areas that we use. And it just gives you a real kind of picture of where the dollars are being spent. So you can see that like 30% of the dollars we spend are in our long-term care area, 24% on transportation. We have 15% on Ontario Works and Childcare, 10% on paramedic services, housing and corporate services sit around 8%, planning and community development are 4%, and 1% is on healthcare and educational funding. If you could flip to the next slide, please, Tara. And this is those expenses, that 204 million or 270 million, I should say, split. And it shows you sort of the 4 years of expenditures. And you will notice that there is a significant increase in between 2023 and 2024. And the large value sits there within their human services bracket. Those increases of expenses can be found mainly in our larger capital, such as in social services, there's early on, which is about 1.2 million. Paramedic services is about 4 million, just under 4. And of course, the Rockwood redevelopment expenses are in there. So that's why you see that large spike in human services expenditures for the year. And the next slide sort of slices this not by functional, but type of expenditures you'll see. So you'll see at the top, the gray one is 2023's and the burgundy is 2024's expenditures. So you will see that our purchase services or contracted services appear to have increased significantly over the last year, which the main reason that is because of exactly what I explained before, is that it's in those large capital projects. And it's actually, the bulk of that is sitting in our capital fund, not our operating fund for those types of purchases. And our salaries and benefits, they take up a good chunk of our expenses as well. So you'll see on the next slide that 37% of our expenditures are spent in purchased or contracted services, and 32% is in salaries and benefits. And the bulk of those are mainly due to our COLA increases every year, collective agreement changes, the non-union compensation review, annualized positions, and of course, our benefit costs as well are enveloped in those costs. And interestingly enough, I looked yesterday and our benefit cost as a percentage of salaries has stayed relatively stable from the prior year. So this year, our percentage of salaries or benefits to salaries is 28.27. Of our every dollar spent, we spend about 28.27 on benefits. And last year it was 28.11. And the bulk of those can be seen between our OMERS and just group benefits. So 30% of our benefit costs are with OMERS, which is our pension plan, which is your local tiers will be familiar with. 30% is group benefits, and then, or 33 is group benefits, and then the rest is mainly our statutory other benefits that we have, such as CPP, EI, WSIB, and EHT. Some which are our percentage of salaries and some are more flat fees. So as our salaries go up, our benefits will go up as well. And I believe that's all we were going to show you today before we go off and possibly have a break. And we'll switch over to Pat and he can talk about transportation.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you, Mary Lou. Let's recess for, we'll come back at 11:15 and we'll have a run at transportation. 1 minute warning. Okay, it's 11:15. We'll bring the meeting back to order. Mary Lou, if you'd like to introduce, oh, wait. Counselor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden, and I really hate to get off of our schedule, but we do have a couple of individuals that are sitting with us today that are interested in one specific portion of the budget, and that it was the potential removal of the funding to the Gray Ag Services. So with leave of council, I would like to answer that question for them, and I would put forth a motion that council supports the continued funding for Gray Ag Services for the 2024 budget. If I have leave of council to answer that question right now, so that those gentlemen, there's a lot of angst within the agricultural community, and certainly sitting on both Gray County's Ag Advisory Committee and Gray Saubles. I certainly understand the value that Gray Ag Services brings to the county and to our agricultural community. So I'd like to deal with that if we could.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Does anyone object to that? Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Counselor McQueen? Any discussion? Counselor Gregg?
Could you just provide the page numbers so we can quickly reference, or?
It's actually on the short list of potential reductions. It is on the 1 to 3rd page of those reductions near the bottom under planning, and it is titled Remove Funding for Gray Ag Services. It is an amount of 69,100. Counselor Gregg?
So my question is, better put then, if we had the proper page number, just to provide context in terms of the funding that's been granted for the last 2 years, probably a little bit better than just the one pager.
Mary Lou will find it for us here. Counselor DeBreen?
Thank you. And I agree with Councillor Gregg. I believe it was 63,200. And so my question would be to clarify, were we proposing an additional 69,100, or are we just proposing the difference? If we held it at the 2023 level, what number would that be?
As I'm reading the sheets, the 2023 budget allocated 63,200, and that included space at Great Gables. The proposed amount for 2024 was 69,100. So I'm still, Mary Lou's, a number of staff are looking for those numbers. Counselor Matrosovs.
Thank you. Through you, the warden, a point of personal privilege. Could I either see the motion on the screen or hear it verbally repeated? Thank you.
Yep, we can do that. Oh, Tara's going to read it for us.
So the motion on the floor is that County Council supports the continued funding of Gray Ag Services for the 2024 budget.
Thank you. So through the warden, if it's on the floor for discussion, then the question is the intent of that motion then to take into consideration the 2024 number then and the slight increase? I just want to confirm that it's moving with the budget increase.
I'll go to Councilor Mackey, the mover of the motion for that.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Yes, the intent was the number that was printed, the 69,100, that we support that in the 2024 budget.
Okay. Mary Lou has, Councillor Eccles.
Well, if that's the case, then the motion says for Gray Ag Services. My understanding that's 69,100, so the motion should, it could put forward a amendment to the motion, not just to Gray Ag Services, but to our agricultural funding for 2024. I think I haven't got it here on the screen, and haven't got enough of a mirror to see what the motion is up there. Is it Gray Ag Services, which is included in that 69, or is it the full 69, which includes 4-H donations, da, 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 da?
My understanding, Mary Lou, perhaps you could clarify that.
The amount for 4-H was shown separately. So if we're looking on page 94 of the budget document, line 67007, which is interfunctional rent of 27,600. So that's the amount that is charged to the agriculture budget for the space that is used at Grey Gables. And then the remainder for Gray Ag is sitting in account 66,000, which is payments to individuals and organizations, and it's not that full amount. That's a part of it. So those two make up the amount for Gray Ag. And then the amount for 4-H is listed separately, and that's $4,000 off the top of my head.
Councillor DeBreen.
I'm afraid we're not following along. We don't see a page 94 and. Oh, thank you.
You think you're going to introduce something simple and away we go. So, but good questions. Mary Lou, can you help us?
Sure. When you're in the detailed budget document and you go to page 94, it says agriculture operating at the top of the page. No, it's on your computer. It's in one of the detailed documents that looks like a financial report. Okay, so it's on the screen now. So account 67007, interfunctional rent of 27,600 is the amount that is charged to the agriculture budget for the space that Gray Ag occupies at Grey Gables. The remainder of the amount for Gray Ag is in account 66,000, payments to individuals and organizations. That account is 42,500, and that's not all to Gray Ag. So if you add up the interfunctional amount and look at the difference between that and what's listed for Gray Ag, that's the amount. Okay, and then the $4,000 for 4-H is separate. It's not in that amount for Gray Ag Services.
Okay, Councillor Eccles. So the gist of the motion, as I understand it, is to fund Gray Ag Services to the extent it is proposed in the 2024 budget. Is 69,100. Yes, Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. And through you, Warden, I'd like to move an amendment to freeze the funding at the level of 2023 budget allocation.
Which would be the 63.2. Okay, so the amendment has Mary Lou. All right, Mary Lou, go ahead.
Okay, so just to be clear, then what you're doing is impacting the Grey Gables budget by $2,000. And so those increases cover the cost of utilities, et cetera. So that the net to the county of that interfunctional budget is zero. It's an expense to this one. It's a revenue and offset. It's a negative expense to Grey Gables. So that portion doesn't change the bottom line at all.
So you still wish to proceed with the amendment? No. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll try to avoid doing that again. But thank you for obliging that request. So, Mary Lou, if you would proceed now with the transportation introduction, we'll carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So I'm looking at this summary document that we've prepared, so that the Coles Notes version. And if you go to page, so it's right near the back. And look at page 249. That's where the narrative called Transportation Services Details begins. So the Transportation Services departmental budgets for 2024 includes a net departmental requirement, which is a total of the operating and capital of $24,573,400 as compared to $22,313,300 in 2023. So that's an increase of $2,260,100 or 10.13%. So there's a note here that this budget has been assisted by $8.5 million from development charges and includes just over $1 million investment in asset management. And just to remind you, there are things that are written in this narrative that you have removed by virtue of supporting Kim's report. So the skid steer, the bucket truck, etc. Now I'll turn it over to Pat.
All right, thank you, Mary Lou. So you don't have to put anything on the floor or anything, I'm just ready to go. All right, okay. So I was just gonna give just a quick kind of outline here of some things that we do, just that all went into this budget. Just a little quick summary of some budget challenges. And then I was gonna start through the write-up. So the first thing I just want to mention is what transportation does. So with our 870 kilometers of road, we're in 3 divisions, maintenance, engineering, and admin. Maintenance is basically upholding the minimum maintenance standards that are required by Ontario. So all our plowing, summer maintenance, then we have our tree crew, bridge crew, signs, weed spraying, those types of things. So that's our maintenance staff. Engineering, of course, does all our design and construction as well. Construction tenders. Our maintenance staff does construction as well, smaller jobs. We do a lot of culverts ourselves, ditching ourselves. Putting out tenders, looking at speed limits, traffic calming, comments on development, and that kind of stuff is what engineering does. Now, the one thing I did want to mention is we do a lot of our own design jobs on our rural projects. A lot of the urban ones that are done with the member municipalities, we still hire consultants on those. And there's some complicated bridge designs, we would still hire a consultant, for example. Those contracts that we deem, relatively simple, which sometimes are really not simple at all, actually. We try to do those ourselves with our engineering team. We have everyone that works for us in the engineering department used to work for a consultant. So we kind of feel we have our own consulting team, but there is still consultants who make a lot less money, I guess, than real consultants. But we still deal with consultants on certain projects. And then the admin group does our permits, oversized permits. They deal with payroll, which is always seems more complicated than it needs to be. Filing, billing, collecting for permit fees, and then billing out for fees. We've been working quite a bit, and we've accomplished a lot on going online with our oversized permits and that type of thing. It's saving us a bit of work. It seems to be saving our kind of our people that get a lot of permits, like Royal Homes or those types of people. It seems to be saving them a lot of work. This Transnomus for permits, you don't have to go to every municipality and get an oversized permit anymore. You can put your route in, and then all of us will issue one permit. So it's been quite good. Next, I just wanted to talk about, and it's kind of a rehash of what Sue said, just about some of the costs that you'll see. And I just thought I'd mention it generally than going over each individual item here. It's just our activities always come down to that labor, equipment, and material. And you'll see a lot of the kind of standard rates to keep raising here. Labor, of course, always seems to be going up, whether it's just the minimum raise or the negotiated raise for union staff, the non-union review. OMERS is always up a bit, right? CPP's up, EI's up. So that just, all those costs go through every activity. So, you know, you see a winter maintenance activity goes up, well, labor went up. For every worker we have, the labor cost went up. Equipment is the same. Everybody's seen lately, they all know, you know, you're trying to buy a vehicle, it's suddenly gone crazy. Any piece of equipment is more than it used to be. Anything from a chainsaw, you know, to a ratchet is more than it used to be. So all that stuff gets kind of brought back in. And with our equipment, for example, if equipment's more, our charge out rates go up. We charge ourselves our use of equipment. As the charge out rates go up, then the cost of snow plowing goes up. So that kind of goes right through. And materials the same. So materials kind of the third one. Everything with material is going up as well, from granular to a metal post, salt and sand. You'll see it's a big one in here because this is the end of our salt tender that we've had for a long time. We think it's going to go up this year. Fuel, of course, is up and down, usually up. And it kind of goes back through every activity we do too. So I just wanted to say that you'll see those throughout every little raise. It just, and our activities comes from that labor, equipment, and material costing more. So I'm going to start the right up here, and I just wanted to, hopefully not too much. You'll see me looking back here at our guys. I want Trevor, Jim, and Sean are here from our department, and then I want to thank Matt and Calvin from finance for helping us so much. Finance started scheduling meetings with us at the beginning of the summer. So we met really regularly to kind of try to get behind this thing, just to get to the bottom of our budget and make it make sense for everybody. And we spent a lot of time looking at it. So they've worked quite hard. Hopefully I don't have to look back too much. And the honor of going first, I guess I just wanted to say, I will not be offended if you want to save your questions for other departments. And maybe the cuts too. You could say there's lots of departments behind me to cut things other than mine. So, because I've never got to go first before. So I'll start on the right up on page 249 here. That's up on the board. So as Mary Lou said, that 10.13 that's shown there, there is still some cuts through here that are not reflected in that number. And an important thing to know that $1,066,000 from asset management. So that's 4.78% of that number. So that was that I guess underfunding of all our capital assets from the asset management plan. So that's that 1.57% corporate, works out to almost 5% of our increase. It's just putting money away for all those capital projects because they're underfunded. And I don't think it's gotten any better since the asset management plan in 21, because stuff has really gone up in price since then. And our typical thing of, 1.57, and then we have a 2% inflation rate. It probably doesn't keep up with what construction inflation rate really is. I remember the earlier slide that Mary Lou had was showing, fuel's up by 30% and the asphalt cement is up by 30%. So we're probably falling behind in how much we're putting into our assets on an ongoing basis. So the first kind of item is our ordinary maintenance budget. And like I said, a lot of that is just labor. So that's our road top maintenance right away. That's kind of our summer maintenance, traffic signals, supervision. So we had those 3 full-time operator positions that we added that are full year salary now. So last year we did a few things, like we took those routes back from Sutherland that we're doing ourselves. So we have extra equipment for that route. Seems to, it's nice to have it back internal again. And then we had some seasonal guys that went full-time because we just find really a full-time guy doesn't cost any more than a seasonal guy that's working 51 weeks anyway. And we added a full-time position to the bridge crew. And the bridge crew worked out quite well this summer. So that's kind of where that increase comes from. So I don't know for questions, if you want me to just keep going, and you can just interrupt as B. Yeah, okay. Okay, the next item on page 249 there is that winter. sorry. So that is our ongoing winter maintenance. Last year when we took those routes back, we funded a bunch of it out of reserve. Now it's a full internal cost. So, and I mentioned there sand and salt. So we'll see, we're working on the tender right now. To go out sometime early in the year to see what we get our sand and salt for. The next thing is the supervision overhead administrative budget. So an increase there. We have another technologist that we in 23 that started halfway through the year for a person that had left. And then the increase in travel and training. Yeah. So as we had talked about earlier, we are working with OJRA trying to cut down on our travel and training. Like we've really noticed a big difference even with some of our area foreman meetings. We used to meet in person. Now I think it's just, once a month they'll meet in person. The rest of the time we'll be remote. So we're always looking to save on some of our travel and our training. Same type of thing. Our administration does a good job of trying to figure out how to best offer a course. Is it better sending 3 people away or having someone come here, maybe work through AORs, the road supers, and maybe have the municipalities do the training all together. So we had
Pat, I got a question here. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Just before you got too far, Pat, just in regards to minimum maintenance standards, do we well exceed the minimum maintenance standards, or is there any opportunity to look at minimum maintenance standards in our overall operations? Like I know whenever there's a winter storm event now, we put out our warning, but just in general, are we well exceeding what is required?
I wouldn't say we're well exceeding, we're generally always satisfying. I think we are probably just from, even personal experience from driving, we used to have a lot of bare and wet roads. A lot of times now, like it happened just a week ago, you drive in and you're center bare, say, and you're letting the salt work. We're not going out sometimes for that second pass as much. We track salt, to make sure we're not overusing it. So we do exceed just because some routes include, different levels of service on different roads. Every route isn't just a level 3 service, for example. So, but I don't know if Jim Nickel wants to mention that or if that. Again, it's the whole Price is Right thing. You can't be under, opposite of Price is Right, I guess. You cannot be under, but you don't want to be too far over, right? So I think we do a good job of trying to do what needs to be done and not get excessive. Okay, so on to the I guess the facilities, depots, and domes. So there's a couple things in here that are a little could use an explanation, I guess. I didn't want to say goofy. I was going to say goofy, but I didn't think that was good. One is the coverall building in Clarksburg. You'll see it here for 150,000. So Kimberly, the dome in Kimberly is nearing the end of its life. We've looked at it a bunch of times. We've had some very minor repairs done, but we don't know how long it's going to last. We generally don't use the material there very much, but Blue Mountains does. So we were thinking, well, we put a new cover on it, Blue Mountains, but they really don't, they would prefer to use the one in Clarksburg. The one in Clarksburg isn't big enough. So there's no point in building another one in Kimberly, for example. We're better off we've just put 150,000 in there. If something happens with the dome in Kimberly, we're going to need material somewhere that we're kind of just investigating now, sort of a coverall that could someday be moved, on those blocks, that type of thing. Because the dome in Clarksburg is not that old, and Blue Mountains has some plans to, potential new depot site. So we're just trying to work together, but we just kind of put that in there to cover ourselves in case something happens. We don't want to be left short. And we have more extreme plans. You could go store it in another facility we have and truck it for the winter if something happened. So we just didn't want to get caught that we'd have to come back to this committee in case something happened in the winter to Kimberly.
Pat, before you go any further, sorry, I I apologize. I'm gonna keep doing that to you. So Counselor Eccles.
So we're building $150,000 dome. What's the contribution from the town of the Blue Mountains in this project? It sounds like they use the dome more than we do, the county.
So the existing one in Kimberly, is it 70? What's the finance?
Jim, maybe come on up to the microphone, Jim. Sorry. We got a couple people online that aren't able to.
I'm just trying to remember the existing dome is already split with us and Blue Mountain in
Yeah.
Clarksburg.
37 to 30, the dome at Clarksburg's 37%. Town of Blue Mountains and 63, us, yeah. Is that up to 100?
So yeah, but the one thing we haven't spent a lot of time talking with Blue Mountains about what exactly happens if Kimberly's not available, other than we know that they would prefer not to go down there to get material if they could.
And we had the dome again, minor repairs done on the dome at Kimberly this year. And we're hopefully can get through this winter with it, but it's hard to say. It may be rep this year and then Town of the Mountains will be, and us will be fighting for sand at Clarksburg because it's only 6,000 tons. And we use, between the two of us, we use about 8,000. I think Town of Blue Mountains usually gets around 2,000 tons from Kimberly. And we usually empty the dome at Clarksburg. So we hate to see anybody short, and this was a stopgap. As Pat mentioned, the dome at Clarksburg had repairs done to it. So it's probably good for another 6 or 7 years, and then we'll have to replace it. And with that, and again, the Patrol D, it's in the mix too as well. So there's lots of, balls in the air, so. Does that answer the question? Yeah. No.
So it answers the volumes that are there. And the reason that Blue Mountains is driving down into Grey Highlands to get their product. And it answers that there's 66% is Grey Counties, 37 or 33% is Blue Mountains. Is there a funding thing here coming from the blue? And I see my colleague great to it. Why? Like, are we going to start doing all of the Blue Mountain roads or all of the roads in West Grey? It just amazes me that we're building something that Grey County doesn't, it's for the town of the Blue. We're resolving that issue. I think you understand where I'm coming from, Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, that's a discussion we have to have with Blue Mountains a little more. They weren't necessarily aware of the condition of Kimberly, for example, or what our plans were. So yeah, we haven't agreed on anything in there yet, but yes, I know what you're saying. There's a benefit there for all parties really, but it's not 100% benefit to us. We should have that discussion.
Okay, Councillor Eccles, go ahead.
So it's a 2,000 tone in the Kimberly dome that may be under duress or stress if the dome goes down. What about putting in, as MTO does and a lot of other municipalities do, you can have storage outside and put a tarp over it. Do we need to build a dome to do this? Is there other venues to store that excess material that may be required?
Or other building on.
Yeah, this is it is fairly early days in us looking into what the solutions are. We have a facility in Egremont. Could be possibly cheaper to truck it from Egremont. or outside facilities, like I said, I mean, once it freezes, you're in a bad way there, but. So it is in the budget. We're not imminently building it, but we just felt like it should be there just for some, response.
Thank you, Pat, for that. Councillor Eccles, are you? Nope. Okay, go ahead. So at this point in time, it's really not something that should be in the 2024 budget. Do we take it out until we've got everything there and ready to build? Sounds like Kimberly probably would get us through the 2024 season and put it into the 2025 budget.
Yeah, and that to me, I mean, if that's what this committee sees, I get it. Like, we're, it's a big enough job. It's just, I guess it's response time is the worst part about waiting to have to come back to committee in case but maybe committee wants to know exactly what we're doing anyway. So it's neither here nor there to us.
Like we also could use the Normanby yard and haul from Legermont and haul from there if it came to it. We get an overstock in at that yard and then haul for the short period of time that we would need it. Before the half loads go on anyway. So, just one of those things that we're not sure how long the lifespan of the Kimberly yard is.
Okay, oh, sorry, Jim. I have Randy at the back there wants to chime in here. Randy?
Yeah, I think that option would be available, like Pat said and Jim said that if council wanted to explore that. I think staff are trying to put in place options should the Kimberly Dome fail. As Jim indicated, we think it will last the 2024 season, but it may not. The options that Pat and his team have put together are something that would be a mobile option, so that way you could construct a coverall building that could be reused and repurposed somewhere else. So we wouldn't be losing out on that money, so to speak. We could reuse it at another location. So, and then if it, down the road, if we don't need that structure anymore, then that could be also resold and looked at in terms of the other pieces that I think Jim was alluding to earlier in terms of there's a lot of pieces in play in terms of Patrol D and other things that lead to what we need long-term in order to deal with our winter maintenance program. So this was an option that staff put in as a kind of a fail safe, but there is some risk if it's removed. But it sounds like the risk could be managed.
One thing, I guess we might have had this discussion earlier with you, so I do apologize. There are many things in the budget that are funded from reserve. So if you pull them out, they're not going to make a difference to the bottom line of the levy. So we really have, there's two kind of questions going on here. One is the nature of the work and whether council is supportive of having the work done. And the other piece is whether or not it's going to make a difference to the bottom line in 2024. This is a levy funded, or this is a reserve funded item. So council can direct Pat and his staff as they so choose, but it will not impact the bottom line of the budget. Thanks.
But as we know with reserves and in this budget, there is a number in there that's going back into reserve. So for every 150,000 you pull out, there may be 100,000 or there may be 200,000 that's going back into that transportation reserve capital. And that comes from levy. So say that it's not going to make an effect, Madam CEO, yes, it will make an effect. So I'm going to put forward a motion that it be dropped by $100,000. The levy portion of it, whether you want to say it's going into reserve or whether this not be funded
but it'd be dropped by $100,000. That leaves $50,000 if there is an emergency and it takes extra trucking to get it there until you get the whole thing settled out and be put into the 2025 budget. So my motion is to drop this by $100,000. And that's the levy portion, whether it is into reserve or whether it's from this portion. I'll let you figure it out, but it is 100,000 towards the tax levy that I'm saying comes out of this. Thank you. Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor McKay? Discussion, Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Do you have some in your budget though, if there was a small tear or some damage done to it, that you can still repair it to get it through?
I mean, it's in a bad enough spot, we probably wouldn't repair Kimberly, for example. But as Randy said, there is a lot of dominoes kind of to fall based on Patrol D. You know, depending on where it is, because I was getting to it shortly here, we haven't found land yet, and we might have to, you know, go a more aggressive route to get some land. That impacts all the other routes. If it's farther west, maybe we need another route to come down out of Clarksburg. If it's, you know, if it's farther south, we might not need a truck in Dundalk, but if it's farther west, we might need a truck in Dundalk. So I get Councillor Echo's point that there is a lot of moving parts. And we're not in too big a hurry to do too much until we figure this Patrol D thing out, because it's still hanging around out there.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Nielsen, you have a question. Go ahead, Dane.
Thank you, Warden. I'll wait to see what the outcome of this motion is, because if the motion carries, then my question is mute.
Sorry, you cut out there, Dane. We didn't get the first part of that. Sorry.
Sorry about that, Warden. I was just saying that my question isn't relevant if this motion passes. So I'll wait to see if this motion passes first.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? That carries. Okay, carry on, Pat, please.
Okay, the next, I hope we don't have a problem with the Markdale Dome decommissioning, because it went down, we took it down this week. So hopefully you're happy with it. I think with 25 was the budget price on it. That is worth mentioning, like Kimberly, for example, is a tear if something happens. Markdale Dome, we didn't use, it was blocked off. It really is the point where you know, you couldn't leave a dome like Markdale because it's a safety hazard, basically. Like, it had started to fall in already. I think it took them about 10 minutes to take it down. It's going to take them 3 days to clean up the stuff, but it didn't take much. Probably a guy with a hammer could have made it fall, maybe, but anyway, it is already done that job, just so you know. So I think we 25, we had about 6 bids on it, so it was pretty competitive pricing, which was good. The other things on there, like I said, the Egremont, the parking lot, is just getting to the point where there's not much asphalt left. It's a lot of washouts and that type of thing. And the roll-up door has had it. We do keep material there, and there's a backhoe there. And then again, Patrol D is just about trying to find that land. You know, there's a kind of a finite area we're looking, and there's very few landowners who seem to own quite a bit of the land. So who aren't in a big hurry to sell. So that's why that thing keeps kind of going on. And that being said, we are still in Flesherton at the MTO yard. We have been informed by MTO that our agreement to have a space for some trucks there is no longer with MTO. It will be with Miller's maintenance group. So that MTO has changed they've changed their story on that. We used to have to get an agreement with them. So hopefully the agreement to stay there will be easier with Miller. And then the electric vehicle chargers for this year is the next thing. All right, so on to the major road and bridge construction. As you can see, that number continues to increase with the price of assets. One thing I just want to mention here, that $1.6 million transfer to reserve to set aside funds for future structure and culvert rehab. So it's one of those things where when we were doing a bridge, we would have it in the budget. Whereas something like our fleet has a bunch of reserve schedules, and then you put money in, you take it out as you need it, and it increases or decreases depending on what's coming up. We really feel that we need to go that way with our structures, because from our data, and there was a lot of bridges built, in the 40s and 50s. We've tried to do the last bunch of years, 1 or possibly 2 structures a year. But again, you don't want to do a structure before it's due. If it's got 10 years left, you might as well, you're not going to go in there and replace it 10 years early. But we're at the point where from our data, we're about 3 structures a year being replaced in the 2030s and almost 5 structures a year being replaced in the 2040s. So we're going to need money at that point. There's still a lot to straighten out as far as I can't imagine how to be enough contractors and or designers to do 5 structures a year. And I don't know how they did it back in the 50s and 60s, other than there was no probably in-water with window, and maybe there wasn't quite as much regulation then. Maybe it was simpler. And maybe the structures were simpler too, right? Like we all know these old bridges are pretty solid too. So that is that new reserve that we want to start, and it will grow for a few years. And I'm sure there'll be a question, why is that so big? But it's waiting for that wave of infrastructure, big structures that are coming. And there's really no way out of it. Like if you look at maybe there's a couple town line bridges you can get away with closing, but some of the major county bridges, there's not really an easy way around. Kind of crossing our fingers on the flying car. But other than that, we're going to need money in the future. There's a thing in there about OSIF, our 3 million from OSIF. And then there again is an outline of the 1.57 over 15 years for the asset management plan. So we find that like with a cut to that, and as it kind of compounds on itself, I guess the difference, if you just cut if a person leaves or you have a new service that you weren't doing, you're going to save some money. If you put off a road job for 1 year, it doesn't go away. Everything just kind of slides down the list, but you're going to have to do it eventually because it's still going to continue to deteriorate. So we've got a couple of things that we pushed off to 25. One is Grey Road 9 pulverize and pave. Just because 14 was deteriorating more quickly. Again, that is one reason we are doing multiple lifts of asphalt now. We started, I think, in 2016. Just gives a little more clear deterioration path. So we kind of have an idea when a road's going to kind of go. And the other thing is the structure on Glenelg Road 23 with West Grey. So we're planning on working with West Grey to put out an RFP to do a design for that. So it's our structure, but there's some road work there that should go along with the structure that we're going to work together. But we're just going to get started soon on the design phase. So we pushed it off. And the map is at the back of the package, I believe, the 10-year capital. Okay, on to
sorry, Pat. Councillor Gray.
Thanks, Warden. And one of my questions, one of 4 here relates to major projects. So my question, Pat, is I know being in Owen Sound, we are undertaking hopefully the largest road reconstruction project that we've ever undertaken yet in Alpha Street next year. And I'm not certain where all the other lower municipalities are, but consolidation's not a good thing for competition in the construction industry, and there's not a lot of players. So I guess my question is, do you work with lower tiers and your team in terms of evaluating what big projects are all being undertaken or hopefully being undertaken, and trying not to somewhat pile on and perhaps worsen pricing as opposed to strategically looking at lesser years versus heavier years?
Yeah, Trevor works with the municipalities to get their capital plans that they work together with us. I don't know how much you do as far as knowing the timing of a job that's not related to a road at all. You want to?
Maybe Trevor, yeah, come on up to the microphone, Trevor, please.
Yeah, so a lot of the coordination we do is generally about county roads within the member municipalities, but we do Specifically with some of the bigger ones, we do talk about those other projects that they have going on as well. So it really just depends on the nature of the conversation with each municipality, how far we go on to that. Some don't really get into those type of conversations and others do. So we just kind of, if there's jobs that are in close proximity, that's when I find most of the conversations start around that. And then whether, you know, we delay a year or they, just to kind of make it easier. It happens basically with each municipality, and yeah, again, we're always trying to just, if we've got two big projects, we don't want to completely cripple a community for a year. So it's trying to make it work in all stages in that sense. So.
Yeah, I guess my question wasn't necessarily just about creating inconvenience as much as trying to secure the most advantageous pricing in the marketplace, whether we're at the lower tier or at the upper tier, just so that we some years don't pile on and worsen perhaps tender results coming back for projects we're trying to all undertaken.
I would say maybe that's been an issue in construction forever. You know, 2008, there's $50 billion in government money and the prices we paid were completely ridiculous, all of us, right? So I know what you mean, and we are aware of most general big jobs, just because you know, they tell us. And occasionally, I mean, with Blue Mountains, like the 19 and 21 job, we've talked to them quite regularly about their Montera Road is going to go at some point. So we do work with them, but again, we only know what they'll tell us. So, you know, I don't think we don't necessarily know why a contractor bids what he bids. I don't think there'd be often we'd say, oh, Owen Sound's doing that job. Well, we're not going to do any jobs in Owen Sound then, other than for access. Because usually there is someone going to do it. But again, I guess that's a communication with the lower tiers that we work on to try to make sure we're not stepping on each other's toes.
Councillor Body.
Thank you, Warden. Just maybe taking it a step further, we go out and do X number of kilometers or feet of asphalt per year. Just about all of us do it. We're sort of competing and we end up being the ones at the end because we don't do enough. Have we thought about putting together a bulk buy for Grey County that everybody puts in and we get a better price and we get more done for the price?
We have done, maybe not quite to that extent in the past. We had a job we did with Grey Highlands. They were paving the road in the close proximity. The biggest issue we always run into is we're starting to tender in January, whereas everybody else isn't, their budget's not passed yet. So there is that we don't really want to wait around. And maybe that's a selfish, you know, we want to be first out and you guys can do whatever you want to do. So maybe we do. I don't really mean that, but you know, we do want to get out there. We don't want to wait around, right? We want to get out there. We want to get started early. We want to get done early. So, but again, maybe it's just that increased, as at the strat plan session, you know, more interaction with us and your folks to work on some bigger projects together would probably benefit us all. Yeah. That's the real answer.
Councillor Mattress.
Thank you. Through you, the warden, chat on to what Councillor Body has says. Even if it's not all 9 municipalities agreeing to line up that they're ready to tender at the same time, or that they're ready to purchase at the same time. But to put out that call, say, okay, we've determined, if we say here at Grey County, we've determined that the best time to do this is January. We really need to keep that ball moving. Who else out there is ready to do the same? So can we explore that, whether or not there could be an invitational chance? So if it doesn't make sense for all 9 municipalities in terms of when they're prepared to put their money where their mouth is, but to leave it open so that interested parties within our council table here could still participate. The heads up, make sure you've got your ducks lined up in a row, because Grey County's gonna want to move on that tender at this particular time.
Thank you, Andrea. Pat, go ahead.
The one thing I did just would like to say is, like, for the very optimistic person, it seems like it should be quite easy, right? We're putting out an asphalt tender. Well, so are we, you guys do it too. But then there's all those other things, like we all have different standards. Are our inspectors inspecting your roads? Are you providing inspector? We're using HL8 asphalt, you're using HL4. There's schedule A, B, C, D. We want to start one in May. You guys don't want to start one because of a bike race. So it seems like it'd be easy, but every new party that comes in just makes it that much more complicated. So maybe part of it is just like all municipalities, we're just trying to get our stuff done. We know it's got to get done and we're struggling, and that communication just grinds stuff to a halt sometimes. You got to meet, oh, I got to meet with them. Oh, wait, that guy's on vacation. Well, then, that type of thing, right? So ideally, in an ideal world, yes, we'd all be together in a room, we'd hammer out a project, and we'd figure out what jobs are going together, and we'd move forward, but it is difficult to do.
Councillor McQueen.
I think you probably work at the best case scenarios whenever things work, whether they're jobs in the same area, whether you can work on the asphalt. I think more importantly, to make sure there's enough companies bidding. And I think we've seen 3 or 4 or 5 that seem to bid on the jobs. That's more important, because if you only have 1 or 2, they either get full and then they're filled up and then they just give you a high price and then you're sort of stuck. So yeah, there's a lot of variables. I think it's a hard thing. Certainly, I know we have worked with asphalt and Grey Highlands that you're doing a job, we're doing a job. If it's just a straight up road, but if it's more construction, well, then there's a lot of variables that come to fact. But I think our staff are working hard to work the best they can with our lower tiers for sure.
Yeah, I think from a perspective of I don't want to overuse it, but together we're stronger. I think that communication piece is the most important part. And if you're in regular communication with the lower, the member municipalities, if you're ready to go and the lower tier isn't, well, then that's their loss. But I think that communication piece is really important. And I'm hoping, I know those conversations occur, but keep them going.
I'll just get Trevor to go through the budgets for the jobs budgeted for next year.
Okay, so in terms of road construction jobs we have for 2024, first one on our list is the Grey Road 4 and 3 roundabout. So again, that was budgeted in 2023. It's a carryover into 2024, and we've got the tender documents all ready to go. And it should go out either, we're just trying to decide before Christmas or after Christmas, which is more advantageous. And again, that job will be basically a road closure on Grey Road 3 on both north and south of Grey Road 4. So we're going to work with the contractor to make sure there's proper detour routes for the construction window. The next project we have is, let's see, Grey Road 7 is 2023. So Grey Road 9, pulverize and pave. That's from side road 7 to side road 13. Again, this is through the community of Hopeville. So we're going to grind and pave in Hopeville because a lot of the underground infrastructure is in good condition. So we're going to avoid additional infrastructure costs by leaving that there until it's a better suited time to replace. And then the road on both east and west portion of Hopeville is in poor condition. So looking to do a pulverize and pave with some platform widening and the paved shoulders as well. That job's going to be partnered with Grey Road 14, which is from Grey Road 4 south to almost Southgate Road 24, but there's a trying to find sheet maybe. 265, yeah, for the map, yeah. Okay, so yeah, Grey Road 14 again is another pulverize and pave, and that is from Grey Road 4 down south to Southgate Road 24. And that one we are basically rebuilding what is there. There'll be a small paved shoulder, but not a full width that we're more standardized. The next project we have listed is in Grey Road 13, which is just north of Kimberley. Again, it's another pulverize and pave. That road suffering a lot from rutting, and can be quite dangerous in kind of a rainy weather situation. There's a lot of hydroplaning and just a safety concern that we're aware of, and we want to get that job done as soon as we can. Potentially partnered with that job will be Gray Road 30, which is the Lower Valley Road around Beaver Valley and up to Gray Road 13. That project, we have a few land issues where right now part of the road is actually on private property. So prior to reconstructing, we kind of got to sort those issues out. And generally, we've had good conversations so far, but again, they can always turn on a dime depending on how it goes. So we'll keep pushing those, and then ideally that job still gets tendered within the summer, but it may end up being one of those that just depends on how long those negotiations go. We might have to move that. But again, it's kind of in a state where it needs to go soon. So we're going to keep pressure on those land discussions. We have Gray Road 19 and 21 intersection upgrades. So this is, again, part of that over the full roundabouts and all the work going on in Blue Mountains. Next year's funding is basically going towards utility relocations and then also the relocation of the booster station. We've had even the pricing that's in here, we've had even more updates on the pricing for the booster station. So at some point we'll have to update that. But again, the booster station costs keep going up like crazy. So unfortunately, it is one of the elements that we're dealing with. The design's progressing and it should be into kind of a 60% design stage in the next month or two. And then we'll get a better idea of where we sit with the final costs there. Hydro relocations are planned for next year, as well as Rogers Bell, some gas as well, and then some F4 within closer to the intersection at 19 and 21. Yeah, so we actually will be bringing a report about 19 and 21, particularly about the booster station and past agreements and what we think would be a more relevant agreement now that we have an understanding of the development of the booster station project. What else do we have here? Gray Road 40. This is probably our biggest like rural road reconstruction job next year. It's between Gray Road 7 and Gray Road 13, which some of you know is kind of the massive hill down the escarpment as you head towards the Blue Mountains area. And with that job, it's going to be a bit of platform winding where we can, trying to improve safety. There's a few grade changes and some cuts, fills. Paved shoulders will also be incorporated there. So again, just one of our large jobs for next year, and we're really hoping that goes quite successfully. So finally, we have two structures that are on schedule for next year. The first is on Gray Road 9, just west of Gray Road 23. That structure was, again, both of these were actually on for last year, but were delayed. So this year we're going to be doing the structure on Gray Road 9. The other structure is, it's on the town line between Meaford and, Great Highlands, just off of the town line with Blue Mountains. So it's a town line bridge. It serves two local residents. It's basically a bridge to their driveways, unfortunately. And it's one of the bridges that we adopted with as a town line bridge. So it's a very unfortunate one to have, but it is failing and residents need to access their homes. So we're dealing with the design of that one. We're switching it to a culvert and trying to minimize the cost as much as possible. But again, it's a terrible location. It's a pretty significant waterway in the spring. So it's one of those things we're dealing with there. And then we talked about, or Pat's talked about the structuring culvert reserve. So those are the major projects for next year.
Thanks for that.
Councillor McQueen, you were first, and then I'll come to Councillor Eccles.
You had a tendency to look to your right though, didn't you? I'll be short. I will say on my way up today, I came up Gray Road 7 and Gray Road 18. The projects that are currently done this year look great. I will make one note. I know that last year we did some projects that we didn't, I don't know what you call it, on the shoulder gravel, and I see that's done. I've seen it where those projects, the shoulder gravel, I don't know, it's like a spray coat on or whatever. I've seen it where it wasn't done last year and it's washed out in some places. So keep spraying it because it certainly holds it and looks good. But the roads that we've done just recently look really good. And, but anyway, I just want to make that note.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Eccles.
Pat, you were talking about, forget which road it was down through into the valley and part of the roads on private property and getting purchasing of that. Obviously, there'll be a budgetary impact when it comes. Seems that some of the value of the land in different areas through the valley is at a considerably different price than what is in our land purchase. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we got into the county get into that problem with the roundabout on 3 and 4. Have we changed any of that purchase price in that policy? Or have made compensation or made possible of that in this budget out and beyond what the policy is if it hasn't changed?
Through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, good question. We haven't come back with a new land acquisition policy yet. That being said, we have a land acquisition budget that we had started years ago reserved. We will have enough. Well, we should have enough to buy all the land that we need for this year's projects or next year's. So we just haven't come back with that report. We knew, we've said it many times, that unit price we were offering, most people were not very happy with it. So there's some land acquisition things to go on policy with legal and clerks, and there's definitely some hill to climb there to get our policy a little better. But right now we are at the point where we do what we need to for expropriation. We have an assessment person evaluation that we use. And that's how we've still been going forward buying land. And we started the reserve early enough that we haven't been, and the land acquisition is slow enough that we have a decent reserve that we can just keep doing that.
The question not was whether we have enough in the reserve to satisfy the purchase. How far outside of the policy are you going to go to satisfy the purpose? Have you got enough flexibility within the policy to meet the purchase price? I guess what I'm saying is policy is here. We've already just said we've got enough in here to do it. But can we do it within the policy framework? Or are you going to be, not that transportation has ever done this before, be outside the policy? They've always followed the policies and maintenance schedules perfectly, correct, Pat?
I appreciate that acknowledgement. Yeah, we'd be coming back. Like these will be enough that we'd probably be coming back to give an update on where they are. So I'm sure some of them will be outside the policy.
Dane, you have a question?
Thank you, Warden. Great Road 14 was mentioned doing the pulverizing and paving, and that we would not be.
No, we're not, you're not coming through, Dane, sorry.
I'm not sure why.
There you go, you're on now.
Okay, sorry, Warden.
Nope.
Gray Road 14 was mentioned doing the pulverizing and repaving, and that we would not be extending the paved shoulders. Is that because of the work that's being done? Our policy is just doing like the maintenance standard is where we just keep the width of the road as is, and then it's during like a major reconstruction is when we do the paved shoulders. Just trying to get clarity on that.
Pat?
Sure, yeah, the for 14 specifically, it won't be that there won't be a paved shoulder. It just won't be a full 1.2 or 1.5 meter paved shoulder. It'll be a 0.6 meter, which is more typical for actual edge projection. It's one of the roads that's not on the cycling network. There's say like Old Order or Mennonite communities that jury still out whether they prefer a paved shoulder or the gravel shoulder with the horses and that. So basically, we're following kind of the cycling and trails master plan on that one, and mostly the paved shoulder is there to protect the road. So again, 0.6 is one of those it's about 2 feet. And generally that's enough to protect the edge shoulder from cracking and deterioration, whereas the additional is more built out for other potential uses, which we don't have them as much on this stretch of road, so.
Okay, Dane, good? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden, and through you to Trevor. You mentioned, Trevor, about a bridge on a town line that services 2 homes. Have we looked at any alternative style bridges, prefab bridges, and whether or not there would be any application for those in that sort of scenario? Single lane bridges to something to reduce the cost?
Yeah, that's one of the things we've looked at. One of the situations with that one is particularly height of the structure above the river and the embankments. There's really, the abutments are really the major problem with that. So a lot of times when you get those kind of prefab structures, you can usually set them on either old abutments or a more stable situation, whereas this is one of those areas where we don't really have that. The bedrock's far enough down that's pretty hard to, by the time you build those abutments, the cost of those prefabs end up being the same as what we're going to do is putting in the culvert. And then with the culvert, the foundations for that can be a lot more minimal. It's considered not, it doesn't have to go down onto the bedrock as much as you would with a regular bridge structure. So.
Councillor Keaveney, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I did, but Councillor Mackey asked my question. There's a reason why he and I would be thinking in the same way.
All right, very good. Okay, carry on, gentlemen. Although I'll be mindful that it is 12:20 and lunch, I'm told, is here. So, you know, we have a short planning report from Scott to go through before we go to that, but no, I'm kidding. Carry on.
You took my Scott joke. Onto machinery and equipment. So as you see, it is that old, you know, zero budget. We're putting, it looks like a zero on some of the sheets. We're back to page 251, but it's us putting money in reserve and getting the money out for equipment. So we put some, as Kim had mentioned in her report, with some of the electric vehicles, we're still under, you know, that path to go electric with vehicles that work for us. There's some that will not be electric based on current technology. But we're putting it off for now. We're getting some gas, half tons. And then we'll get the chargers in this year, and probably next year's budget will look different, but those 2 new pieces of equipment. I did want to mention something about the old bucket truck because I didn't mention it and the guys mentioned it, but some other things are just, and this is just a trial for us. Like we were going to get, and we can put it on, like, you know, it's cut and I get it. It will be one of those things where we can't say, we have to hire a bucket truck to clear off a camera, for example. Like we have signal contractor who does stuff for us if there's something wrong with the signals, or so there is other uses that we think a used bucket truck would help us with. We haven't used it enough that we feel like buying a new one is the right thing to do. So eventually we'll see next year, we'll probably put a used bucket truck back in and start trying it out, see how it works. But we don't, you know, we haven't used one, so we don't want to go all in on that. And the skid steer really is the one thing that kind of represented probably in our budget a major kind of level of service improvement. So our skid steer is very busy doing brushing at the edge of the road and stuff. We could keep 2 running all summer. So, but that would go above and beyond the level of service we're providing right now. So that is one that, you know, it does fit to when budget times are tough, because it was really an increase in service. Yeah, and everything else there, that equipment innovation and non-licensed equipment budgets have been reduced a bit. They were going up quite a bit. We've reduced them. They're still there. There's still some money there.
Sorry, Councillor Greg.
Thanks, Warren. I'll just, one of the items what I was going to speak to was the used bucket truck. We just approximately a month ago approved direction for the purchase of a new bucket truck in our municipality, and we're going to assume that new bucket truck as early as 3 years from the next spring. So the question, I guess, I'm not certain in terms of the lower tier municipalities too, is there opportunities to access some of the other bucket trucks that are at times not in use from the lower tiers, and at least then the allocation is going back and forth between government resources and not flowing outside.
And I think we talked about that at our strat plan day too, like maybe sharing backups. Yeah, that would be great. Obviously, some of those, like you guys have a vac truck too, right? So some of those shared, again, same old thing. We need to communicate more and work more to get stronger together. Yeah, it would be nice to really take advantage of some of those for sure.
Councillor Body?
If I could make a motion then, to move that we receive a report back to council sometime before spring to explore options to use bucket trucks and other equipment and share services with lower tier governments. Just thinking if we've got one and a bucket truck doesn't get used that often that we can't find a way to cooperate. So I'll put that on motion if someone wants to second it. We'll get the report back and not get into the same discussion a year from now, having forgotten about it.
Thank you for that motion. I've got a seconder, Councillor Matrosovs. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor McQueen?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. It should be the same thing with chainsaws and going out and stuff. Then you have to get certified. Do we have to certify our staff to run these bucket trucks? Because I know it's like everything else. It's all that regulation that follows along. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of devils in details. There's no question about that. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? That is carried. Pat?
You want me to just keep going? So I just have one brief thing, just being cognizant of time here. I just have two little things here. One is that the 10-year plan was attached in all the data you've got. So any questions about that, let us know. It's all in there, and pages and pages and pages of, numbers and jobs, et cetera, and the matching map. And I did want to mention, you'll notice on the map, every once in a while, there's a job that appears to have two colors on it, a road. So what that generally is we're paving a road, in 2024, and then we're doing a microsurface of it in 2030. So sometimes there's multiple treatments on the same road in the 10-year plan. Not that we don't think, it's never that we don't think the road's only gonna last 5 years. We're just doing that extra seal in year 5. So that, and the other one thing I really want to mention, which is could potentially be a huge thing, is nothing for the task force results are in here. So if there's, 45 million in needs that the county is adopting somehow because of these road exchanges, that is not listed in here. So that'll be a question that the new finance committee is going to deal with, and the task force, and we'll deal with that when, as it comes. But it's just worth remembering that, the underfundedness is going to get worse, probably, I think. So, but we're doing our best, obviously.
Councillor Gregg?
Thank you. And I'll be quick with my last two questions because people are hungry. Regarding the one slide, page 258, there's a relationship or ratio of 1 to 3 for winter supervision and winter road maintenance. Wondered if you could just explain what the winter supervision speaks to in terms of being 1 to 3 in terms of the actual maintenance of roads seems to be high. As well, the last year we've had a pretty mild winter, so I'm just wondering if surpluses occur in that department, winter maintenance. Do they go back into a reserve, or do they just go into like the working funds for the county? And then last question is there a program that's even small in nature where we support farmers by leaving crops on the roadsides? Because I'd like to know more about that, and I think probably tree planting, hedgerows might be a better use of the funds. I think of a road, I'm not sure the county road down at the warden would know it. But weaving once from over by Grand Valley and going north, it was a wide open road to drive on and kind of nasty. So it struck me as tree planting would be advantageous as something to pursue there. So just wanted to know more about that program if it's in this document here.
Well, I can answer the question 2 and 3 first, I guess. And I'll let him deal with the kind of the ratio there a little bit, but thanks. Mayor Dodd.
Just, I'm not too sure, but I think Kelvin has to have to answer the winter supervision. I think that includes the patrollers and all the winter supervision we have, so that's why it's all the patrol stuff or.
Oh, so that'd be 20, that's a 24-hour patrollers are in there all winter, so they're driving around all winter, telling the plow operators what to do.
And secondly, I can send you the report that we did at last council for the corn row. Now we pay farmers for the corn rows, and then that there's plantings as well. So I can send you that report for that.
And the other thing is just as far as the reserve, yeah, we would have like our end of the year surplus. There is a winter reserve of 500,000 just for that we haven't really tapped into, I think, in quite a while. But just for that nightmare 1996 type winter, right? That we wouldn't have to cancel a whole bunch of construction projects. So that is there. Whether $500,000 is enough, if they got that kind of winter, I don't know, but it's in there.
It'll be enough for today. Kim, did you want to add something?
I think you mentioned it, Jim, but it's living snow fence, right? We have a living snow fence program and you do have people participating in that, right?
We have 7 or 8 people involved in that now, and a few more are interested. And then we have one farmer on Gray Road 40 that's doing a trial for us with snow, with leaving the corn rows. So it worked well last year. It drifted quite well, not on other roads, so it's something we're trying as well. So I think we have $5,000 in our budget for tree planting.
Councillor Mattress, and then I'll go to Randy at the back there.
Thank you. Through you, the warden. That again is a good conversation to have in coordination with municipalities because we've been exploring the living snow fence concepts as well and have learned a lot along the way, like how far into a farmer's field it has to be planted in order for it to actually, the physics for it to actually be viable. Unfortunately, we are not England where you can just have these long corridors of hedgerows and keep the snow out. It actually does the opposite when you do that. So we've learned a lot, and let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's keep talking about it, because when there are trials and successes, we want to know about those results as fast as you can tell us too, because it's affecting all of our rural area. Thank you.
Randy?
Just further to the comments from Councillor Madrasov, we've been having some discussions with the Climate Change Community Practice, which is made up of all the member municipal staff that's represented from each of the 9 municipalities. And this is one program that we definitely see merit in, it helps us obviously reduce our winter maintenance costs, liabilities, plus it helps check off boxes in terms of tree planting from a climate change perspective. So we would definitely want to investigate this further, and there's definitely interest amongst all the 9 local municipalities to do that and how we can share best practices, plus also look for grant funding opportunities to help just enhance that program that Jim and his team have successfully started, and see if we can enhance that going forward in partnership with transportation services and our local municipalities.
Thanks, Randy. Hey, Pat. Done? Oh, Councillor McQueen, my apologies.
Not a problem, Mr. Warner, but very quick there. We did do a project on Gray Road 7 north of 40 a few years back. That is a living planting tree. But I think moving forward, probably with climate change is more than just snow fencing for the purpose of snow, but moisture retention as well. There's a lot of things around planting trees and preventing drying out of land and stuff like that. So there's maybe think moving forward, just not just for snow retention.
Thank you. Any other question? Councillor Apples.
Not a question, but just as an addition to that, of helping the agricultural community. I know it's probably 8 or 9 years ago. There was a farmer between, I guess it's on the county line between Hanover and Newstead. They're wrapped bales right there on the curve, just past the conservation, those Sulphur Springs. Put that, did their bale wrapping and ran it right up around on that curve, and it was very successful. Now, the next year he had the field in soybeans, so wasn't as much chance of getting wrapped hay bales. But working with I see Mr. Robertson still here. how the farming community can help out our transportation department, and that may be one of the aspects as well too.
Thank you. Anything else anybody wants to? For now, at least? No, everybody's ready for lunch, I suspect. All right, thank you, Pat, appreciate, and Jim and Trevor, thank you very much, and everyone else from TAPS there. Okay, it's 12:35. Perhaps we could be back by 1:15 or something of that nature, so we'll recess until then. Okay, we'll bring the meeting back to order. We have a small short video here to show. I think everybody would be quite interested in it, but I'll let Kim introduce it.
All right, welcome back, council. So pleased to be able to share this with you this afternoon. With Randy's great work, and Rob Hatton was on site, and Matt Wortman from the GIS department. We flew the drone over the Rockwood Terrace site. I don't know if some of you remember the site that we started with, but this is the site that they have now, the condition of it. Tremendous amount of work has happened on the site. I think they have about 15 people working on there full time to try and get as much done as they can before the weather turns, but really amazing. You can look at that rather immense pile of soil is the excess soil that's been removed from the site. Yes, we're going to start charging for toboggan rides. You can start to see the difference there. That's a dry storm pond there. There's the existing Rockwood Terrace in the background. And so then this is Rock Street that you're looking at now. Compared to the hill that was, it's really amazing. So that's on the right-hand side of the screen, that's the county's, part of the county's other 20 acres over there. So that's why we're moving the soil from one side to the other. We'll manage it in the future. And then, that you're looking at now. Yes. Compared to the hill that was. Oh, there's anyway, so part of the county's as you can over there, so that's why we're moving the soil from one side to the other. There we are. Okay. And then I don't know if there's anything you want to add, but you can see the grade change compared to where it was from the trees. And then that's the curling club. For those of you that when we did our original orientation, we were at the curling club. That's the curling club building there. It's there we are. Okay. And I said that wrong, didn't I? I said rock. Did I say rock instead of Sadler?
Rock Street and South Street.
South Street, yes. And that's the curling club. So there's that's South Street on the side of on the right side of your screen that divides our property from DSPI's. But I said that wrong, didn't I? I said rock. Did I? Pretty amazing. The amount of change. So they're doing servicing right now. You can see where they've got some trenches dug. So they're putting the water and wastewater pipes in the ground. And so I think this should make a difference to us when it comes time to tender the actual construction, starting from a site that looks like this compared to what was a pretty green field earlier. I hope that makes a real difference in the way that the potential contractors will be able to construct their bids. So we just wanted to show you that. That was just from this week. So, thanks to Rob and Matt and Randy and everybody for getting that information. And I think the intent is that we're going to try and get some of this stuff posted, whether either parts of the video or some stills at least, so the public will be able to see the progress as it happens. Just wanted to show you that. That was just from this week. Just from, that's right. To Rob and Matt. Yeah, so Mary Lou will now come up and talk a little bit about human services.
Thank you, Kim. And welcome back, Mary Lou.
Thank you. So now we're going to move into the human services portion of today's budget meeting. There's a slight change of plans as opposed to social services going up first. We're going to move to long-term care. So the 2024 budget for human services, which encompasses social services, So you look at Ontario Works, childcare, housing, long-term care and paramedic services requires a levy of $32,415,600 compared to $28,126,200 in 2023, an increase of $4,289,400. And as a reminder, this also includes the redevelopment of Rockwood Terrace. So I'll turn it over to Jen. If you're looking at your package, that's page 127. So the long-term care proposed budget, operating and capital, including redevelopment of $81,493,500. With a levy of just shy of 11 million compared to just shy of 8.3 million in 2023. So that's an increase of $2,681,100.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Good afternoon. Did you want to? Yeah, okay. Oh, you got it. Okay, good. Good afternoon, Council. That video is so exciting. And I think we'll have our plan is to have some time lapse videos as well. So that'll be fun. And I'm sure there's some residents that would just love to be out there watching all that, those big trucks and equipment moving dirt around. So thanks for the introduction, Mary Lou. I always like to begin with a reminder of the promise of Grey County Long-Term Care, which is to color it your way by providing resident-centered care. Resident-centered care is supporting each resident with their unique care needs for both their physical and emotional well-being. This care and support is provided by our team members in each home. The proposed budget supports this promise in several ways. An investment in staff retention, specifically personal support workers and allied health professionals, a focus on nutrition and meal service, and sustaining the building and maintenance upkeep. This year, along with the rest of the county, this department is experiencing a high inflationary pressures and personnel costs that have resulted in a higher cost to maintain operations and quality of care. Long-term care funding consists of county funding, provincial funding, miscellaneous revenue, and receipts from residents. Long-term care accommodation costs are set by the Ministry of Long-Term Care and are standard in all provincially funded long-term care homes across Ontario. If a resident does not have enough income to pay for the basic room, the resident should be eligible for subsidy through the Long-Term Care Home Rate Reduction Program. The province also provides long-term care homes with monthly payments in 4 level of care funding envelopes: nursing and personal care, program and support services, raw food, and other accommodation. Only semi-private and private revenues can provide additional funding to assist with the accommodation costs, but these semi-private and private rates cannot exceed the accommodation rate maximums set by the ministry. As well, the number of semi-private and private beds are regulated by the province, with a maximum of 60% of the beds in a long-term care facility being able to be preferred, so semi-private or private. The Committee of Management is responsible to oversee the budget for Grey Gables, Lee Manor, and Rockwood Terrace, and the committee had an opportunity to review this proposed budget at the November 14th meeting. In addition to the reductions that were made during County Council pre-budget workshops of approximately $524,000, an additional reduction of $179,000 was made by the Long-Term Care Committee of Management. This budget was developed through the collaborative efforts of Grey County Finance and Long-Term Care staff. And Mary Lou already highlighted the kind of overall operating and capital expenses and the levy impact. So as I mentioned, budget income impacts are the funding that's available and the expenditures that are going out. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the funding. So historically, the homes receive an increase in base funding from the ministry each year applied directly to those 4 envelopes that I mentioned. A 1.5% funding increase for global level of care has been budgeted for April 1st, which matches the percentage and timing of historical funding increases. But it's still uncertain. We're doing this based on history. case mix index, in addition to base funding, the homes receive resident acuity, so care needs funding, which is referred to as the case mix index. The higher the CMI index, the higher the acuity of the residents and the more nursing and personal care funding that the home may receive. Despite rising acuity in all long-term care homes in Ontario, the CMI system allocates the acuity funding envelope, but does not change the size of the funding envelope. So the pie just gets sliced differently. The size of the pie doesn't change. Using our advocacy group, Advantage Ontario, we belong to Advantage Ontario. They have a CMI calculator. We're anticipating a decrease of $306,000 in total across the 3 homes in the acuity funding, in the CMI funding. And again, we won't know that until April 2024. Resident copayment is, I've already kind of highlighted a little bit about copayment, and those increases are effective in July 1st of each year. And those are listed in the summary in front of you. In terms of expenditures, wages and benefits account for over 80% of the 2024 budget. Challenges with recruitment and retention of qualified employees leads to a higher dependence on overtime and use of agency staff, both of which have a direct impact on the cost of service delivery. This budget proposes an investment in direct care staffing hours to support the complex physical and emotional care needs of our residents. And I'll talk a little bit about that direct care funding in just a moment. There are 6 different collective agreements, and so just note that there's an error in our package. There's 6 different collective agreements across the 3 homes, and there will be new collective agreements negotiated for ONA, the Ontario Nursing Association agreement for all 3 homes, as well as the Lee Manor OPSU and the Grey Gables OPSU agreements. Along with the other departments, long-term care is impacted on regarding the non-union salary review as well. So the long-term care staffing increase supplement, that's the direct care hours. This is the ministry's commitment to increase staffing levels and provide more direct care for residents. The ministry is providing new funding across the sector. There are 3 components to the funding. The goal of the funding is to support long-term care home licensees to enable the hiring of more staff to increase direct care hours. Direct care is defined as hands-on care provided to residents that includes, but is not limited to, assessments, feeding, bathing, toileting, lifting, moving residents, medical, therapeutic treatments, medication, administration. It's really everything under that nursing envelope. So registered nurses, registered practical nurses, personal support workers fall under direct care, the definition of direct care. The province has advised that direct care funding will range from $1,304.75 to $1,753.70 per bed per month. Funding announcements are anticipated to be received in April. So to avoid creating a budget shortfall, the base amount of $1,304.75 per bed has been budgeted. So this budget, as presented, maintains the current level of direct care hours of 3 hours and 42 minutes per resident per day and does not provide for an increase in direct care hours. If we were to increase in direct care hours with this budget, it would have an impact on the levy. The direct care funding would not cover it based on the low end of the funding range. So when the funding announcement is received, we will review and propose opportunities for adjustments or increases in direct care hours to the Long-Term Care Committee of Management. Our goal does continue to be an average of 4 hours of direct care per day by 2025. Raw food is another expenditure where we're seeing, as everyone else is, inflationary pressures and rising costs. The ministry provides $12.07 per resident day for raw food, and the levy requirement for the 3 homes in addition to that is $78,400. And this represents the county contribution of 68 cents per resident day. This is unchanged from the 2023 budget and supports the purchase of local beef, local produce, some of those kind of frills when we have the chance. A note on COVID-19 pandemic, the funding for COVID-19 prevention and management funding was discontinued effective April 2023. This has resulted in us reviewing our prevention practices and ensuring that we are managing our compliance within the funding parameters. The Long-Term Care Administration budget funds the Director of Long-Term Care Office and includes the quality specialist, clinical specialist, support services, education leave, administrative assistant. And what looks different this year from last year is the addition of the infection prevention and control leads in each of the homes for which we do have funding from the province. And now looking at Grey Gables, so the following sections are a highlight of each of the homes. So the Grey Gables operating capital budget has a net levy requirement of a little over 2.4 million, resulting in an increase of $439,800. And this sentence that I'll say about Grey Gables is consistent across all three homes. This proposed levy maintains the operational needs with employee compensation, retention, operating with increased supply charges, and maintaining the aging building conditions. I just wanted to highlight that at Grey Gables, this budget includes the just over 1.4 million that's funded by the province for the Behavioral Support Transition Unit, which is home to 18 residents provided specialized enhanced care for behavioral support. The 2024 capital budget contribution is an increase of $9,200 from 2023. And these capital projects include life cycle replacement of equipment, self-funded debenture repayments for the roof projects, and other capital projects that are listed. They're also listed here. And we can, if anyone has any questions. Lee Manor operating and capital has a net levy requirement increase of $974,500 over the 23 budget. And their capital budget is an increase of $213,000. For the same thing, the life cycle replacement of equipment, we have a 10+ year plan of the replacement of the fleet of lifts, the beds and mattresses, IT equipment. So some of those things are just on a consistent cycle. I will just highlight the engineering assessment for future air makeup and boiler system replacement. And that's slotted for 2024 to ensure that we're making sound decisions on what to do with the air makeup and boiler system replacement, what makes sense, and what's the best way to use funds to make good decisions about what we're doing with that system. It's been that the replacement of the air makeup and boiler system has been on the plan for some time, and things change. So we want to have experts in to give us some good advice. Rockwood Terrace has an increase of $666,000 over 2023. And in highlighting their capital, this is not a new approach. Rockwood Terrace capital can be challenging to predict. We want to make sure we're providing a safe and comfortable environment, but also balance spending, knowing that the move into the new Rockwood is not far away. So we make replacements based on safety and need. If things can be delayed, then we delay it. If there can be a repair versus a replacement, we do that. And some of the items like spas, so tubs, we can actually move into the new building. So some things we can move over and some we can't. So we're being very mindful about that as well. Redevelopment, we saw the exciting change on the video. So as you know, we're in that process. So the update on this is a borrowing bylaw for 96.7 million was passed to apply for funding through Infrastructure Ontario for the project. The amount that Grey County will be required to borrow is dependent on the cost of the project, as well as redevelopment funding available from the province. An annual levy requirement of just over 1.3 million for the project has been set aside for a number of years with project costs paid from this source of funding. It's expected that the 6.3 million will remain in reserve for use in 2024. And a $600,000 levy increase has been built into the proposed budget with further phased in increases continued into 2025 and 2026 budgets. And that's an overview, and I'd like to thank the Committee of Management for the additional time on November 14th that we took to go through those budgets and ask good questions. And the teams in the leadership teams in the homes have done, and in partnership with the finance team, have done a lot of work to already mitigate where possible and reduce budget lines wherever we could. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jennifer. Councillor Ackles.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to Jen. The behavioral support transition unit is being by the province. How much longer before the county has to start putting money in to keep that program going?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. Good question. We've been in discussions and in partnership with the Southwest LHIN, which is now Ontario Health West, for a lot of years on this project, back to 2014, I think. And it has always been very clear that part of the commitment on both sides was that there would not be an impact on the levy. So far, we have been able to sustain that. At this point, it continues to be a pilot. So this time, every year, we submit an interim report to Ontario Health West. They submit a report to the Ministry of Long-Term Care to secure funding to determine whether the pilot will continue another year. That's how it's been managed for behavioral support transition units that are in place. There's only a handful across the province for the last decade or so. None of the projects, as far as I know, the pilots have been made permanent. So we always recommend that it be made permanent so we have a sense of base funding. So when we hear back from Ontario Health West and the province in terms of the plans beyond March 2024, we will have another opportunity to have that discussion to ensure that the funding provided meets the costs of running the transition unit. And if it doesn't, then we will go back to negotiating the terms of the agreement and whether or not we would continue. And so at that point, when we had that information, we would bring a report to Long-Term Care Committee of Management to discuss options and opportunities.
Thank you, Jen. Anyone else? Councillor Gregg.
Thanks, Warden. And I'll just, I've got three thoughts while I just juggle around. I'm going to go back to one particular item from Grey Gables, for instance, 22 budget for, I think it was resident life improvements or something, was about $915. The actual spend in 23 is somewhere around $1,000. The budgeted amount last year was 10,000 and it's 10,000 this year. Is that an item that council should look at and say, you know what, if we lower that budget to $5,000, it's still a 500% increase over the actual spend of the last couple of years, and we can still accomplish something, and you've still got more budget allocation. That's the first one. What does that refer to? The second question is, it looks like revenues are down significantly at Lee Manor, so it's just wanting to learn more on that information. And not only are they down, they're now budgeted for 24 to reflect 23. And I think I saw something for new shade area or something for Lee Manor as a capital item. Just wondering if that's a replacement, or is that something that council should look at in a year where the very first slide, when we see 24, 32, 36% increases in each of the homes, and those are approximate, there are many slides back. That's very challenging to council. So I'm just looking to kind of identify maybe some of the extras that are beyond just replacement.
Sure, thanks. And through you, Mr. Warden, and if Marcus, if you could look at the shade area, well, because I can answer the first question right off the hop. So thank you for those questions. The resident life enhancement GL line is funded by donations. So I think the flag there really is that we need to be ensuring that we're utilizing the donations as they've been intended, meeting with residents and making purchases that they have asked for to enhance their experience at Grey Gables. So I do know during the pandemic, all of those kinds of things ground to a halt. So it's a good flag to make sure that we're meeting with residents and utilizing those donation funds. When people make a donation, they want to know that it's being used and not sitting in a bank account. The revenue at Lee Manor, and I'm just going to look to Marcus, but I'm part of the revenue being down during the pandemic was related to isolation beds, having to hold back beds. So private rooms were held as isolation beds. And then the number of outbreaks. Lee Manor is the biggest home in the biggest center with the most visitors. And that has had an impact on their kind of forever rotating suspect or confirmed outbreaks, whether it be COVID, respiratory, other respiratory illnesses, gastrointestinal illnesses. And when you're in an outbreak, you need to be isolating individuals. And when you're in an outbreak, you aren't able to admit residents either. So revenues will be impacted by having empty bed days because of being closed during outbreaks. Additionally, we are seeing a trend in residents moving in that don't have the means to afford preferred accommodation. And so working to try to manage that, it's always a balance of having an empty bed or having someone living in the bed paying something, but not necessarily the preferred rate. Anything else you would add? You want to come up?
Thank you. And through Mr. Warden, the other one aspect too that we're dealing with, especially at Lee Manor, which we've actually been in conversations with our like-minded at Bruce County, and that is there's the new bill that passed to get people out of the hospital and that to get them out so that they're no longer tying up hospital beds. They have the ability to offload and send them over to us as long as they're stable, they meet the acuity in that. The problem is that we're still figuring out now, quite a few months in, the actual funding structure of receiving that money now from the Ministry of Health, not the Ministry of Long-Term Care, who we've dealt with since our inception. So dealing with that side, we're having some tied up funds that way, which we're still getting a lot of loose answers to get definitive of how we're receiving that.
In the shade, you know?
Yeah, again, the shade structure was an additional one added for the a covered area that meets the regulations for a smoking area away from the building. Lee Manor's been having a lot of issues with the fact that since they have to go to the edge of the property and all this kind of stuff, that people are either smoking in the bus shelter, which then is just giving secondhand smoke to anyone there, or that people aren't even doing it and they're just staying at the front doors where we're then having to combat with them to get them to follow the regulations. So this is offering a simple structure for them to be at the regulatory one so that also it reduces the risk for Lee Manor for any penalties if someone from the ministry came to.
I appreciate that because individuals standing, there are many instances, according to our transit drivers, of individuals habitating in the transit stops, forcing the bus to stop, and they're not desiring the service. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Councillor DeBreen, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Thank you, Warden Milne, and through you to Jen. You were mentioning, sorry, you were mentioning over there that hospitals have a new policy to expedite the departure from the hospital bed to a long-term or as long as they're stable. Are they taking priority over people who have been on wait list? And thereby and once they're there, they may not leave. Speaking from experience, with my mom being removed, having to move out of the hospital, getting a temporary space, but she's not required to leave. Can you elaborate on that and how that's affecting our ability to serve our residents?
Thank you, through you, Warden Milne, as I collect my ability to answer as diplomatically as I can. As you describe is the case. So I can't remember what bill it was to support the access and flow challenges that are being seen across the health system. And there's a lot of flux and change happening in home and community care support services, formerly CCAC, but now called Ontario Health and Home. So CCAC is now Ontario Health and Home. Lots of flux, shifting of leadership and staff in those organizations, which cause a lot of confusion. We are working with our Ontario Health team, so the Grey Bruce Ontario Health team, working specifically on transitions, because I hate the words access and flow. We're talking about humans managing through the system. Talking about transitions and how to have these multi-sectors work together to look out for the best needs of the patient, resident, individual. We are seeing a trend of admissions from hospital over community. And so I don't know that there's a formal statement on that, but it does seem as if hospital discharges take priority, and certainly crisis is an indicator that can be added to someone's file that allows them to bump on the list. And so there does feel like there's some inequity across the system. It's something we're facing in a challenge with the Behavioral Support Transition Unit. We have residents who are able to be discharged to their home of choice, but they're not high enough on the list to be transferred to another long-term care home, because every time a bed comes available, someone in crisis takes that bed. And so it just causes all these challenges with the system of people not being in the right place at the right time, getting the right care. There's the Ontario Health team that's doing work on that locally. There's a Southwest Access and Flow Regional Committee, and I sit at that committee. And there's an Ontario Health West Access and Flow Advisory Table, and I sit at that table as well. It's not unique to Grey Bruce. It is a big, broad Ontario challenge. And I don't know that there's an easy answer. Kim?
This was Bill 7. That was an amendment to the Fixing Long-Term Care. And I think at the time that it was passed, there was a lot of focus on the $400 a day charge that might be levied if people chose or wouldn't move from hospital. I don't know that part of it's had a lot of traction, but this aspect of it has.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. There's been so many legislative changes. It's hard for me to keep track of all of the numbers and letters of the bills. There was a lot of focus in the media about the ability to kind of force someone to go somewhere they didn't want to go. I can say that we haven't experienced that. We haven't had anyone move into our home because they were forced to by the hospital. So that's not happening. But the legislation does allow this kind of trumping or popping on the list.
Thank you, Jen, for clarifying that. Any other questions on this portion? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Where do we want to go now? Anne Marie, excellent. That makes it a lot easier if she just comes up to the microphone. Perfect. Welcome and take it away. The floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, Council. So I'm starting with the Human Services budget. It is page 39 on the handout and 119 on the computer. So looking at the first section, dealing with social services, so social services including Ontario Works and early learning and childcare. We have a total requirement for operating capital of $3,567,000, which is an increase of $120,200 over 2023. The social assistance budget consists of an increase of $10,300. And that is because we are having an increase in our non-SARS, as we call them, so our non-social assistance recipient funerals. We average about 23 a year, and we're finding this year and last year that has increased. We usually have about a $66,000 budget. We're at 70,000 as of November. So we did increase that budget to because of the use. So Ontario Works provides financial assistance for someone that is in need. It is temporary assistance. Our current caseload is around 1,270. And our role of the caseworker has changed in 2023 too. The province has taken out or taken away the employment part of Ontario Works, and that has now gone to Employment Ontario. Along with that, left the funds in which we were administering the employment program. So in order to look at the reduction in funds that we had, we have two layoffs as of January 1st. We have our VAN program. The VAN program was mainly used for employment. So we have a full-time and a half-time position that will no longer exist as of January 1st. Our full-time position has taken a job within our housing department though, so we're happy about that. The province provides an average monthly caseload prediction for the next year. They are predicting that our caseload will increase by 6.7%. So that has been calculated within our funding amounts for 2024. We also have a few other cuts in order to make our 173,000 that we that was reduced. We looked at eliminating some of those employment focused supports, and we're putting that money back into doing assessments. We have a number of people on our Ontario Works caseload that will not work and should be assessed for ODSP. So we were lucky enough that there's very few physicians around that do this type of work. And one of them locally is retiring and has decided that they will stay on part-time and do this for us. So very excited that we're going to be able to provide that opportunity for more of our clients. So that in a nutshell is basically the Ontario Works budget. I would like to note too that there was no increase to Ontario Works for 2024 from the province. It will remain at $733 a month. And that has been a no increase since 2018. So Ontario Works staffing, I should actually mention that we do have 28 staff and we have 18 caseworkers. Works out to be approximately a caseload of about 70 to 75 people. We do have our main office in Owen Sound and satellite offices in Durham, Meaford, and Hanover. One change that we've noted for 2024 is our Markdale satellite office. Our caseload there has actually gone down. But we are seeing an increase in Dundalk. So what we are doing is no longer having an open office, satellite office in Markdale. It'll be by appointment only, and we'll have by appointment only in Dundalk then too. So a little bit of a switch, just mainly on where we're seeing the numbers. The next I'm going to go on to is our early learning and childcare, and that is on page 120 of your screen and page 40 of the handout. So a couple of days ago, we received our budget allocation from the province. So everything that you see in front of you has changed, unfortunately. Some of the highlights that I can tell you is we did receive a change in our administration funding. We will now have 5% administration funding instead of 10. It will have an impact to our budget of around $297,000. It's not going to affect our levy for 2014, as we do have some mitigation funding to put towards it, and then whatever else we require, we'll put in reserves. We also are expecting an entirely new funding formula to come out in August of 2024. So the way early learning and childcare is funded right now is going to be completely changed. This was supposed to happen with the CWELC changes, was supposed to happen as of this year, but the province put it off for another year. August, we'll find out what that's going to look like. So we'll know a little bit better what our 2025 is going to look like in August. So some of the changes that I can talk a little bit about is that we do have an increase in wages, which is a very welcome increase. Our wage is now going to be up to a cap, or let me get my notes here. $23.86. So that will certainly help with retention and with attraction. And in a couple of years, so by 2026, it will be up around the $30 mark for a cap. So more information on the wage floor and will come in 2024. So we don't have all of the details, but as of January 1st, there will be an increase to our wage enhancement grant of $2. And then there is the another grant for RECs only of $2. So there's an incremental increase in wages, which is happening. So I thought for today, what I could do, since all of these numbers have changed, is just give you an idea of what we do and how it is funded, how things are funded in early learning and childcare. And then we will go to the Community Services Committee in the end of February with details, a detailed budget. We're still waiting for some guidelines and information from the province that are to come in January. So this will give us an idea that will, or give us the information that we need in order to present a more fulsome budget to you. So we have our licensed home care, and licensed home care are obviously our residents that provide home care out of their homes. We have staff that provide support, and we also provide funding, some core operating funding to home child care providers. We support 40 childcare centers with over 2,500 spaces, and we provide funding for core operating, for maintenance and repairs, expansion funding, play-based and material equipment, wage enhancement funds, and special needs resourcing. So all of these are provincially funded. Some of them are cost shared with the county, and all of those funds are put out to the community. Along with being a funder, the county also provides capacity building to all of our childcare providers through professional development opportunities. We are in centers providing support, and we also have our early learning and childcare hub that provides a space for peer support, mentoring, training, and resources. It's run out of Sydenham, and if you haven't had a chance to stop in, you should. It's quite fun. It's full of resources that can be made, borrowed, and with having the ECE program in there through Georgian, it's being used by students now too. So it's great synergies there. We also run our own early on center and support and fund 8 other early ons across the county. Our early on centers and family centers provide free, high quality programs for families and children age 0 to 6. They help strengthen adult-child relationships, support parent education and child development, and all of our centers are very well used and very well attended. We provide subsidy programs for parents that need assistance with the cost of childcare. So anyone on OW would automatically qualify for this subsidy. And as of 2023, we also started providing the Canada-wide early learning and childcare funds to childcare providers that have enrolled. And so that parents now pay, we've had a reduction of 52.75%, and a welcome, definitely welcomed by many of our parents. 90% of our childcare providers have enrolled. And with the funding that we received for 2024, there was not a reduction in fees included in that. So we're assuming it would probably then be January or sometime in 2025 would be the next reduction. And we have 10 staff that provide all of these services, and of course, help from our friends in finance. Don't know if anyone has any questions about social services before I move on to housing.
Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Warden. And two quick questions. On page 162, and I apologize if you already flew through this. You did a great job. There's a lot to digest there. There's a line, it's a ledger account 64102, and it's professional and consulting fees for $350,000. That wasn't there 2 years ago. Last year was 350. Year-end projected spend is 100. I'm just wondering a little further to what that might relate to. And you mentioned about a subsidy for daycare that goes to OW recipients. Just wondered if you could expand on that. I was expecting if there was a subsidy, it might go to like through some employment program or something. So that I just wanted to learn more. Thanks.
Thank you. I skipped over that one. So that is our capital. So capital, we are looking at the redevelopment of early on. So that is the page 162 that you're referring to. So the fees that we had put in there for 2023, where we were hoping to be far enough along in our discussions with school board that for development that we would be able to have some soft skills done so that we would look at getting the architectural and whatnot. We're not there yet. So the funding that we have right in there is for the actual redevelopment. We're still really hoping that we might still be putting shovels in the ground spring, June, that sort of idea. And if that happens, that's why we put the money in there. We're looking at redeveloping because we do not meet accessibility guidelines for 2025. We've outgrown the site, and in Hanover, there's parking concerns all the time, sorry. And so we're just looking at trying to, mitigate some of those concerns. But we're just not far enough yet in our conversations with the board yet. The other one is, so anyone that's on OW automatically qualifies for subsidy because of their wage. So it's wage, that or whatever a person earns, it's income related. So anyone that's on OW, if they are moving into employment, then they would automatically get subsidized care.
Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, at the beginning of the early learning and childcare section, you mentioned a budget allocation has now been received and it's now 5% instead of 10%. So we've been slashed by 50%. What was the dollar number? It was 290,000?
297,000.
You then indicated that there was going to be wage increases elsewhere. Do you anticipate that this budget allocation is going to be recovered somewhere else through new funding? Hopefully, I mean, if we all had a crystal ball, or is this yet one of our, the famous downloading of services? We don't know. Thank you.
So we're finding other ways to fund it this year because we have a totally new funding model coming from the province in August. So we don't know what to expect, but it didn't make sense for us to rehaul everything we're doing right now when we don't know the funding for 8 months from now. So that's why we're looking at that and hoping that it's not a traditional downward.
Councillor Eccles.
Philosophical question, Anne Marie. How many of these programs are really mandatory?
All of them are mandatory cost shared between ourselves and the province. The only thing that is not mandatory is some of our social initiatives that we pay for. So those have been groups that have come to here, the council, and council has in the past said, yes, we will fund $98,000 for a rec program for the Y for children, families that make a lower income. Those are the only ones that are not mandated. The social initiatives and the funerals.
What all does that add up to over the time?
So those are listed on page 122 or 42 of the written package or printed package, and I believe it's around $299,000. It includes Beaver Valley Outreach Recreation, United Way 211, some task force, Safe and Sound, Keystone Counseling for School-Age Children, and our Y program for children's recreation program. And there's $5,000 to support low-income families for car seats and cribs and baby items.
Any other questions before we move on to housing? Okay. Anne Marie? Thank you.
Okay, so the housing section starts on page 160. Oh, sorry, that's my bad. I got that wrong on there. The written part starts on page 123 or page 43 in your handout. The housing requires an increase of 590,100 and has a capital and operating departmental net requirement of 8,733,400. Within the housing department, we have a number of programs in which we run, which number one is our own housing. We own and operate 993 units of community housing. This includes 27 apartment buildings and 230 family homes, and our recent addition of 12 supportive units. We house over 1,500 residents in our Grey County housing. We provide funding and support 9 other nonprofits that house around 800 residents. And we also have a number of rent supplement and housing allowances throughout the county. So we're up probably around 2,700, 2,800 households that we or people that we house, about close to 3% of Grey County's population. We provide tenant services, social services, maintenance, and custodial services to all sites. We have a 10-year capital program to ensure preventative maintenance, our buildings upkeep, and focus on energy efficiency. And we run rent programs, provincial programs, such as rent supplement, repairs, and other social programs. We keep the wait list for all of Grey Counties for any of the multi-residential nonprofits, so that there's only one place that a person has to apply rather than all. We have a short-term shelter program that provides emergency shelter for residents experiencing chronic homelessness or episodic homelessness. We currently have 110 Grey County residents experiencing chronic homelessness, meaning that they've been homeless for more than 6 months in a year. And in our first year of the short-term shelter program from September 22 to 23, We have 87 people that were housed that still remain housed at this time. And our housing department has 32 staff. Looking at our revenue, we do have some sources of revenue. Some of it comes from federal grants from the feds. We also have rent that comes in, and other expenses such as or other revenues from our laundry. We have decreased, the funding has decreased from the feds. So with the federal funding, it is for our debenture amounts. So our mortgages, as our mortgages expire, the federal funding goes down, but it doesn't always coincide with the mortgages. It has its own sort of schedule. So sometimes what we do is we'll look over a couple of years, and then we'll just try and mitigate the funding by taking some from reserves and then paying some back, so that we're not having a large impact on our budget. So that's one of the things that we're doing this year. We have estimate we will be collecting rent in around $4,368,000 from our tenants. This is an increase of about $70,000 from 2023. But we also have bad debt write-off, which has increased. One of the reasons that is for someone who has left us that owes us rent. During COVID, there was a massive backlog with the landlord tenant board, and they are still working through the backlog. So we have people that have been living with us and not paying rent for some time, or they no longer live with us, but it's still taking a very long time for us to pass that on. Overall tenant related revenue reflects a budget increase of $30,400. Our operating expenses for total property reoccurring, we have an increase of $258,000. Salary and benefits are some of that. Our increase in utility costs, $166,400 for hydro, natural gas, and water. And one of the main reasons for that has been the carbon tax. $99,600 for building maintenance and repairs. As our buildings get older, as costs go up, as contractor wages go up, we find an increase in repairs. Waste removal, we have an increase in waste removal just with renewal of some contracts, and we have one municipality that's no longer providing the service, so we've added that in. We have $67,400 for snow removal. These are based on actuals for 22 and 23. Fuel prices and insurance prices have obviously increased, but it's really difficult to know how many times you're going to need your driveway plowed. So it's just one of those things that we take an average. We have an increase in travel for some of our emergency hotels and county-owned buildings. And we also have a $22,000 increase in insurance premiums. We actually upped our deductible. Intac is no longer providing insurance for any multi-residential nonprofit provider. So there is very little to choose from. And of course, we are a high risk sector. So we are seeing increases right across the board with all of our nonprofits and ourselves. By raising our deductible for $50,000 from 25, we actually saved $65,000 this year and still have a $22,000 increase. So we would have had almost a $90,000 increase had we not done that. And all of our nonprofits are experiencing the same thing. We do have a delegation for Roma, or we have asked for one on that. So it's certainly going to have an impact. Some of the savings we did have a decrease in property taxes due to the multi-residential tax rate being adjusted. We had an increase in our homelessness prevention funding, so we ended up with some more admin funds, and same with our COCHI. 14th Street, this has changed since earlier today. It was approved for our debenture a payment of $112,000 a year to be funded through one-time funds. We will no longer require any levy funding, so there's another $50,000 that can come off of this year's budget. We will, without a mortgage, the rents from 14th Street should maintain the building. Nonprofit housing, we do have an increase of $50,000. This again is largely due to our federal conditional grant. which has been reduced, and also the cost of insurance. The provincial funded programs, these are a number of 100% funded programs from the province. We have our rent supplement program, which is the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit. We have our Canada Ontario Community Housing Initiative, Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, and our homelessness prevention. And those provide funds for us to do renovations, do rent supplements, capital projects. It also provides all of our homelessness funds. We use that through Dom Hostel rent supplements, emergency housing services, and we also provide a sustainable housing benefit, which provides a person last month's rent. It also helps out with utility arrears, so it keeps people in their house rather than finding themselves being evicted for arrears. And next we have our capital budget. For our capital budget, we have a total of $5 million in projects budgeted for 2024. Some of those are carryovers from 2023. And we have, this includes also in that total is $514,000 in which we do for preventative maintenance, such as repairs, appliance replacement, security, elevator repairs, site improvements, and other projects that sustain our 994 units. We applied earlier this year for a federal conditional grant from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. We received $3.5 million for the next 3 years for capital, and that's to go towards 30% of our capital. So we pay the 70% and they pay 30%. It focuses in on energy efficiency, accessibility, but anything under that, anything could be included. So we are fortunate enough that's going to help us in the long run with our capital projection by that injection of funds. And the other transfer to reserve that we have is our Affordable Housing Fund at $647,000. The Affordable Housing Fund is used to build or renovate housing to support our most vulnerable residents. Potential future projects include a motel for short-term shelter for those experiencing homelessness, funding of a nonprofit seniors building. I believe Lutheran has already been to council for that. The redevelopment of community housing in Dundalk, and also funds went to assist with our 14th Street build. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Any questions? Councillor Gregg.
Thanks, Warden. Quickly, slide 164, Anne Marie, is on housing. It does contain revenues for operating for 2024 of $9.531 million. I'm just wondering, can you provide some context in terms of, is that down? Is that up? Is it constant? What's some background in terms of the revenues informing that department?
Sorry, that was 164. Operating revenue, the 9 million. So it all depends on what that revenue is. That could be our revenue would be considered any of our provincial dollars that we get. They vary depending on the year. That would include our funding for homelessness. Again, provincial, which varies. The only other revenue in there would be our rents too, and those usually stay a bit steady. They traditionally had been going down a bit, but now they seem to have leveled off. So that would include any federal funds that we might receive, any provincial funds for any of the programs that we run, our revenue that we receive from tenants, and any laundry fees that might be, or laundry revenues that may be in there. So those are our 4 sources of revenue.
If I could then, so the balance is funded by levy. Is there a substantial fluctuation, decrease, or it's too hard to comment because of the provincial federal transfers? Or can it be kind of be broken down in terms of what's under municipal control?
So our levy goes mainly towards our buildings. So whatever the rent doesn't cover in our buildings, that's what we contribute to. And that goes with the increase of utility costs, increase of taxes, insurance. Those are the things that would go for. So it would be your normal certain percentage each year according to inflation.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you, Anne Marie. Appreciate all that. Where do we go next, Madam Clerk, or do I just wait for somebody else to come up? Yeah, there we go. Kevin's coming up. Yeah. Paramedic services. So, Kevin, welcome. Floor is yours.
Afternoon, council. I think I'm the last of the day, not before lunch, so that's good. So for paramedic services provides emergency and non-emergency medical care to our community 24/7, 7 days a week. In 2022, paramedic services responded to 14,951 patient calls for service and 16,735 emergency coverage standbys. So that's when a call happens. We have to move a unit to make sure we don't have a delayed response or try to minimize that response as much as possible. 97% of these calls were for the patient carried calls were for emergencies, and only 3% were for non-emergency transfers. Over the past 5 years, we've seen call volumes increase by over 33%, with the majority of that increase being in the last 2 years, 21 and 22. Top of the increase in call volumes, a consistent challenge we face is the large geographic area of Grey County, 4,500 square kilometers. One base location is usually just under 600 square kilometers, which I think about my days working in the city of Toronto, that was the size of Toronto where we had 100 units or 110. And obviously call volume is the issue there. And us here is call volume and also geography, but we just have one truck in that same area. As part of our community paramedic program and working with physicians, nurse practitioners, and community agencies, we offer care in the home, treating elderly who are often frail with chronic diseases like COPD, congestive heart failure, and diabetes, as well as palliative patients. Our goal is to treat the patient in the home early, preventing their symptoms from getting worse and preventing a transport in an ambulance or being admitted or treated in the hospital. In our community paramedic home visit program, we have a roster today of 437 patients, but we've been over 450. And as well, we have 46 participants that we see at our community clinics throughout the county. Our supportive outreach team provides primary mental health and addictions care for community members who are homeless or are precariously housed. At any given time, we have about 90 or 100 people that we're seeing at any given time. The public access defibrillation program, we provide oversight, supplies, and support for 196 sites. Our 911 and community paramedic team consists of 82 full-time and 55 part-time paramedics, 5 supervisors, 3 managers, equipment supply technician, 3 administrative support, 1 doing administration, 1 scheduling, and 1 for our CP administration. The CP program also has a medical director. The SOS team consists of addiction specialist, physician as a consult, a nurse practitioner, 2 mental health counselors, a social navigator, and just recently with some support from West Grey Police, there's been 2 part-time peer supporters added to that program. Our services are delivered out of 8 base locations across the county: Owen Sound, Meaford, Craiglee, Chatsworth, Markdale, Dundalk, Durham, and Hanover. And our current fleet consists of 15 ambulances, 9 emergency response vehicles, and 1 emergency response trailer. So for our budget, pages 131 to 134, the 2024 paramedic services budget includes a net departmental requirement, total operating capital of $9,157,900 compared to $8,259,000 in 2023, an increase of $898,000 or 10.8%, 10.87% increase over 2023. Now that'll change after we talked about the enhancement this morning, but this was based upon the original deployment that was in the budget. The 2024 operating budget reflects an $860,900 increase as compared to 2023. The Ministry of Health provides current year funding based upon 50% of the previous year's actuals. Adjusted for public sector accounting board eligible expenditures such as amortization, future benefit, and future WSIB costs without an inflationary increase, which we lost in 2019. The 2024 budgeted grant amount of $9,276,000 has been calculated using the assumption that that funding model will not change, and it hasn't changed in a number of years since 2018. This grant excludes provincial funding provided by Ontario Health and the Ministry of Long-Term Care for community paramedicine and also our supportive outreach services. It also doesn't include the money for the dedicated offload nurse program, which started in November of this year. As for salaries and benefits, excluding the community paramedicine program, wages paid transportation staff performing repairs on paramedic services vehicles, and the service review enhancements. So more or less just our general operating costs have went up $493,100 as compared to 2023. Salaries and benefits make up just under 80% of our operating expenditures. Through COVID, we've seen a significant increase in the cost of our medical supplies and our drugs, and sometimes even hard to get drugs where we run short. We've seen an increase in 2023 of around $60,000, so the budget reflects that change. We are funding $30,000 from levy because we hope that this next year we will see a reduction in that area. The service enhancements, I covered that this morning, and I can answer any questions further on that, but I really think that with that modeling tool that we have, based upon the call volume that we've been able to put into it, that it will put us on the right path to meet the needs of our call volumes. And again, this is something that we committed with that report, that we would come back here on a yearly basis and report back where we are at, so our council can make a decision of our next steps forward. For community paramedicine programs, a request to Ontario Health West has been made for additional community paramedic funding, and also funding to cover our CP LTC, which we get funding from the Ministry of Long-Term Care. The budget assumes a $150,000 increase, with $31,000 allocated to CP and $118,000 allocated to CP LTC. Between these two programs, we have 3 paramedic units on 7 days a week, and they offer coverage or response 12 hours a day. If the funding is not secured that we've requested, we will have to look at reducing our service. The 2024 community paramedicine budget expenditures total 4,094, with 397.1 in funding from Ontario Health West, and there is a levy impact of 12,300. For the community paramedic program that's funded by Long-Term Care, the agreement provides $1 million a year, and this was based upon estimates we made in 2021. An additional $118,000 has been included for the budgeted increase. Due to increased costs, a levy contribution is required for this program of $84,900. Supportive outreach services is primarily funded by Ontario Health West, with funding of $360,000. And this year they did give us an inflationary increase of $10,800. In report PSR CW 0523, the funding is not sufficient to fund the program. So council did approve us to use cannabis legalizations and safe restart funding to get us to March 31st, 2024. And again, we've requested more funds from Ontario Health West to be able to ensure that program continues. The total expenditures of that program are $565,100. If we don't secure the funding, we'll have to look at some sort of either service reduction or looking at other options for funding for that program. For peer support, the Supporting Ontario First Responders Act 2016 is a key component of a comprehensive strategy to deal with first responder PTSD, and Grey County paramedics are affected by that legislation. Included in the act are strategies to prevent or mitigate PTSD, and one requirement is for the employer to have policies and prevention programs for paramedics. The 2024 budget continues to build on the program that we started in 2018. Invests in programs to prevent, reduce operational stress and PTSD, and provides training and peer support members, an online peer support referral and resource program. Every time we do a call that potentially is a stress call, based upon our electronic charting, it sends a message through our peer support app, and the peer support team's notified, and they're able to follow up with the crew. The initiative also includes training for the peer support team. It includes a family day event, staff time, clinical oversight of our team by a psychologist, interventional care by the psychologist, or emergency care. And also there's 11,300 increase to the budget this year, and that's for additional training in suicide intervention. Other notable items in the budget: public access DPIP program proposed budget is 22,600, which is an increase of 12,600 over 2023. We've seen an increase in the cost of supplies, batteries, and pads, and also our number of defibrillators. Public access is I believe 196 now, but it's up from about 150 when this first started. There is some money set aside for training supplies, 26,500, which is funded from the equipment reserve. The dedicated offload nurse provides a payment to Bright Shores of $97,500 for dedicated offload nurse in Owen Sound. This is a new program for us. It's just really underway, started in November. We have heard from Bright Shores, though, that they may have difficulty staffing this program January through March. So I have requested that they let us know how much they've spent to date, and we will staff it based upon what's left with the paramedic. So again, we just need to make sure we don't go over budget in that amount. The budget also includes an operations supervisor to backfill the operations manager during the construction of the Durham base. This will allow the operations manager to focus on the project and the goal of reducing external professional and project management costs. Budget shows 138,000 cost is funded from the paramedic general reserve. When the project is complete, it will be incorporated into the total cost and decision we made at that time, whether it's been included in the debenture amount. Annual transfers to reserves. 2024 operating budget includes annual transfer reserves of 1,424,800 for the following. And some of this will be impacted because of the changes we made this morning. 744,600 to fund new capital purchases, the service enhancement. 663 for our existing assets. $14,000 for paramedic jackets, and $3,100 for helmets and bags, which generally have a 15-year life expectancy. Vehicle operations budget has a levy requirement of $956,100. This is an increase of $101,000 and reflects an increase of $84,400 for fleet repairs. The difficulty with us getting vehicles have resulted in higher kilometers and obviously higher maintenance and repair costs. We did fund $25,000 from reserve. We feel that as our fleet, we start to get in this rotation now that we're ordering a year ahead, we will be able to correct our fleet, and that hopefully will bring those maintenance and repair costs down. Our insurances went up $13,500. We've increased our amount for tires of $4,000, and there is $11,000 in here that's funded from the reserve to just augment our emergency response vehicles to have better access for the paramedics to get the equipment out of the back, as opposed to like to be in behind the seat as opposed to in the back, just to facilitate easier access to that and also ensure it remains secure. As far as our capital budget, the 24 capital budget has levy impact totaling of $197,300, an increase of $37,100 over 2023. The increase is a result of increase in the contribution to reserve for the Durham base bill to phase in the levy impact of the debenture that will be required in 2025. The 2024 budget includes the construction of the new Durham base, land acquisition, design, and construction. All are expected with approval in 2024. Portion of the cost will be funded by reserve and development charges, with the balance being funded by debenture. The debenture will begin in 2025 and a portion of the repayment will be offset by the development charges. Vehicle and equipment purchases for 2024. We will be receiving 4 ambulances in the 2024 budget. That was 2 from 2023 and 2 from 2024, which we ordered in February of this year. They take about 20 months now to get them in. In our fleet right now, we have 15 ambulances and they're on a 6-year replacement cycle and generally have, 300,000, but some of them right now are close to 400,000 kilometers on them. Actually, a couple are over when we get rid of them. There's 2 paramedic supervisor units. They're on a 5-year replacement, 2 power load stretchers. And then there's also 8 mechanical CPR devices. This is to ensure we have enough for every truck for those, and they're from Safe Restart. This was approved by council earlier this year, and that has been a significant benefit to the paramedics with this longer CPR time and safer for transport. It actually allows us to leave the scene earlier as well because we can ensure consistent CPR as we're moving the people out of the house. The next part of the capital purchase to support service delivery. We will be adjusting this and looking at this because this will reduce now with the new plan that's in place. So probably won't spend a whole lot of time there, but there will be a reduction in the number of vehicles, and obviously be less monitors and less power loads and less stretchers. But more or less we'll have to buy 2 this year of everything. Because what's happening is we're actually keeping 2 trucks for the up staff, and we'll use that equipment for those. And also this year, our HVAC system was to be done this year, but because of delays, they won't be done until 2024. So that's going to move forward as a capital project. Don't take any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions? Councillor McKay.
Yes, Kevin, just through you, Warden, the one where it says community paramedicine for long-term care. Are our paramedics going into long-term care buildings that we have, and why are they?
Usually we would receive our funding from the Ministry of Health, Ontario Health. Ministry of Health, but with the community paramedic funding that came in 2021, that funding was actually funded through the Ministry of Long-Term Care. And the idea is there was the criteria for that program is that you were waiting for placement in long-term care, you're waiting to be assessed for long-term care, or you potentially in the future could require services of long-term care. So that's what qualifies you for that funding. Or qualifies patients to be able to be in this in the program, and that's where we get our funding for, because the plan is hopefully we're able to keep people in their homes longer and then not require the services of long-term care. So it's really just a funding source. So the CP program is funded more or less 2/3 by long-term care and 1/3 by Ontario Health, which I hope someday that it goes under one, because we have 2 reporting bodies and it gets very confusing, especially when they're looking at metrics and stats.
Thank you, Kevin. You're good with that? All right. Any other questions? Councillor Greg?
I did have 2 questions. The first one, Councillor McKay just spoke to it, but I did find it interesting how 2 years ago in 2022, that was seemingly a moneymaker, a positive revenue generator, and now it's flipped to 85,000 net levy cost as opposed to 85,000 revenue. You kind of touched on, I don't know if you wanted to explain what happened 2 years ago when we had a positive revenue flow from it. Yeah, and then
I would say probably 2 years ago, the best of my ability was like, especially 2021, 2022, when we were in the throes of the pandemic and staffing crisis, being able to staff. We always ensured we had a unit for CP for exacerbations, but we would pull from there to keep 911 staffed. And so now that we're running at pretty much full capacity, not always, but we're definitely a lot better state than what we were. That we are running it at full capacity would be the majority of that. But also, this is some of the things we run into when you get the dollars and you figure it out. Every year it goes down the road with your inflationary increases, if they don't give you inflationary increases back, which that's what we've been requested from Ontario Health, is that we run a deficit after a while. You know, that was really supposed to be 3 years of funding. Now it's 5 years of funding. Pretty sure it's base, but there's been no inflationary increases.
Okay, thanks for that response. And you mentioned looking to renew ambulances and it will offset repairs and maintenance. We're familiar that your department works well with Pat's department to do some repairs and maintenance on the ambulances. When you spoke about reducing repairs and maintenances, are you referring to external costs for parts? Or are you including like interdepartmental transfers that would occur where Pat's just billing time out? So just wondered if you could kind of split that.
We actually drilled into this fairly close because we were looking at these increases to see what it was. And like, were we pushing out more maintenance as far as labor? But it really, a lot of it is around parts. And like, there's not much that the transportation mechanics don't do. There may be some specialty stuff and warranty, but they do all our maintenance and do an excellent job at it. And I really think what it is we had high mileage units. We haven't been able to catch up. I'm really hopeful in the next, going forward, starting this year, that we will catch up. But I think that's probably the biggest part of it is the higher kilometers.
You put 400,000 kilometers on a GM, you've pretty much built 2 cars. Did anybody else? Was there another? Andrea, you had your hand up, please.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. It's related to what was just presented. Thank you for those details, but also to the social services presentations we've had. The number of times that we've all heard today, but this funding has not changed since 2018, 2019. Meanwhile, the cost of living is going up and, this has been frozen. Oh, but, the cost of food is going up. So I'm going through and I'm highlighting where I can see it in the documents, but I'm also hearing verbal extra details that have come forward today. I think each and every one of us, it could be well equipped to be able to provide a consolidated version of those key points to our constituents when we go back and talk about it, because it's hard to go through line by line looking for the numbers of times we've heard that the province funding has ceased, yet we're still expected. We're still looking for a way to fill the gaps to make sure that we don't have constituents who are lacking services because something got frozen earlier. The trend is enormous as we're looking through this. So I don't know if there's a way that the finance staff can help us consolidate all those into a one-pager, or if it's just going to be homework of highlighting and re-listening to the verbal presentations that are not contained within the documents. But I would like to see that consolidated, because I think that message has to be there loud and clear, that we are trying to fill that missing middle. We're all struggling with what we're doing on the municipal level. We're dealing with frozen funds coming from the province, and who's left in the middle? The upper tier. So somehow we have to get that messaging out. It's not going to change what's going on, but we have to start, and we have to go back and say to our constituents, there is an X percentage of increase on this county budget this year. By the way, here is what we're dealing with that comes from the province.
Yep. What she said. Exactly. 100%. Kim, you want to add something?
So if what you're looking for, we can make a summary sheet that shows provincial funding that's either been reduced, frozen, or just eliminated. I think that's right. Yes. And okay.
Thank you, Andrea. Any other questions on paramedic services? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Kevin. Appreciate it, as always. So that concludes what we had set out to do today. Doesn't preclude further work in a week from now, when we meet again to go through the rest of the budget. We don't need item number 6, as I understand it. Number 7, I don't believe there's any other business here in front of us today. Oh, Mary Lou, sorry. Okay. The floor is yours, dear, Mary Lou.
No worries, you just couldn't see me. I was just going to do a summation for you, Mr. Warden. So after CIO Wingrove's report this morning, we were sitting at a 7.23% increase. And with the reduction in the transfer to reserve in transportation for facilities and domes of 100,000, that brings us to 7.09%. So if you wanted to get to a nice even number, we would need about $62,500, which coincidentally we did receive the CCBF funding announcement yesterday. The word that's otherwise known as gas tax, we'll continue to call it that. And that increase is $67,248. If you're interested in knowing that number.
Thank you, Mary Lou. And I was going to say, well, we haven't done planning yet, but that your numbers are good. Thank you very much. Was there anything else, Mary Lou? No? Okay. All right, well, no other business. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Hutchison, Councillor Patterson. All those in favor? That's carried. We're adjourned. Yeah, that's right. If everybody's interested in the Holstein Parade, it's tomorrow at 1 o'clock in Holstein. Be there, be square.